think it's working now.
Would you like to record?
I hit record already.
Okay. All right, so we got Lori. I know Sasha can't. So. All right, it's fine. We'll get it figured out here. Don't worry about it. All right. We'll be recording here. Good morning. Let's start out the morning with this is the second meeting for the Infinity Solutions water reactor collaboration. We are slowly working, or maybe we're moving pretty quickly. We're having internet issues this morning. There you go, Dora. Got internet issues this morning, and it's a little bit frustrating. Things are going on, but we're doing okay. It's Monday, and we are moving forward here, okay? Since the last meeting, I've taken copper tape, and I have lined it on the inside of this, okay? And then I took some cold caustic spray, sprayed the inside of it, and I used paper towel, okay? And I say cold caustic, we'll cover that if you know, you guys haven't already. A little bit later, this is supposed to be for an advanced fruit. So, I used a paper towel and some gloves, and I just wiped it on the inside. It helps take the oils and things off of your hands, from your hands off of the tape, and allows the caustic to stick correctly and evenly. I've also taken and sprayed, nano-coated the rest of the reactor. Okay, and I'm still trying to get a nice even coat on it. It's kind of arguing with me here, but we'll get it figured out. Okay, and I think a little bit here in a little bit, I will continue working on the bottom of this and changing, getting it all set up and explaining why I'm doing the things that I'm doing. So, is there anybody out there right now that's been building these things?
I built mine.
You want to share, Lori?
Sure. I don't know how well my camera's gonna do, but definitely my double helixes do not look as good as yours. I used a smaller wire, and they look very messy. But let's see, it's in a container. Got the battery at the top. So can you see?
The positive, you got all the positive ends connected in the center, right?
I connected them all with a wire. Is that in series then? That's not correct, probably. They're all connected with the wire here. Is that in series? Okay. That's probably not correct.
Where is it again? Can you point?
All right, so let's see, we got all my positives connect onto here, which go into the center. So
I can't see your fingers. They're connected to where?
To this wire that goes to the center.
Okay. And the bent part. Okay, let's see what we're doing here. You may have to simply just cut the wire in the middle. Okay, bend it and then connect the wires again.
Okay.
because we have to have a parallel connection, okay?
Okay.
And all of the connectors have to be in the center. Because what we're going to do is we're going to turn the center to the positive as one terminal. And the way it looks right there is that because it goes all the way across, it's just one. Okay? And you need 4 converging points. And that's what we're doing here. Okay, that's why we want to do it individuals. Your coils look good. And like I said, it doesn't matter what gauge wire are you using, okay? It's just the shape that we're trying to replicate here, you know. The double coil is the opposing coils of the toroidal field that you need to contain the energy inside of it. And once it's narrow coated, I mean, we're living and learning here. We might need 500, turns on this coil. We don't know yet, you know. So I mean, that's the whole point of this this group is to, have as many people as we can that are experimenting and trying different ways. But we got to get the initial bringing together, the same reactor started. Okay, so we have a starting point, and then from there we can modify. My version is not the King version. I don't know if it's going to work. You know what I mean? Just the science is there, the explanation is there. So now we're going to apply it. But for you, I think a simple answer is to take and cut the wires in the center. Okay. I bet mine down inwards. Okay, to keep the flow going inside the bucket, or to keep the toroidal field moving around. But I pointed mine inside the bucket, and then I just wrapped a wire around the ends of it. Okay, and that positive wire just came all the way down the center. So just kind of show you here.
So I'll definitely have to extend my wires then.
Yeah, I mean, if you can see how I've got them there, okay. That's the centerpiece. And you can see that I've made the infinity loop for the center now. The attracting centerpiece point. All right, and it's been nano coated, so we're doing well. Just to hold the bigger wires together, you can see that I've connected them. With just another wire. Just a single wire, Doesn't have to be all fancy. I just wanted the one on the wall to stay together. Because once we put this thing together and it's going, you don't ever have to touch it again. And we're building, we'll be using this as a battery, and we'll be making a few capacitors similar to the tube one. Okay, I'm just going to use a regular capacitor setup that we've used instead of the plastic tubing. We're going to start wherever it went. We're going to start with making the regular capacitors. Okay. When we go to put this thing together. Not sure how many I need. I'm not sure, of anything on this yet because we're still just in the building process. I have here this setup, which I was just messing around with. This has single wires on the inside. It was the capacitors that I made for my first Q reactor, and I decided not to use it. So we'll do similar ones like these. Okay, the split ring hybrid capacitors, and make them very specific for this water. so that we don't have to plug this thing in, so it's self-sufficient. There are a lot of people out there that, you know, they are a little bit better at like making the capacitors. They get a little bit higher charge. I'm hoping those people step forward, you know, join the group, you know, and help apply what they know to what we're doing here. Yesterday, I saw a post on Facebook, and a few days prior about the people that are being killed in Flint, Michigan over this whole water crisis thing. The people in Los Angeles are fearful because they're talking about taking human wastewater and cleaning it and giving it to the people of California because they don't have enough water to support their people anymore, which is ridiculous. And the last couple of days have been pretty emotional for me. You know, just randomly get all charged up. You know, I'll read something and it will just invoke a fierce emotion in me, and then, you know, that's what makes me try to help find solutions much faster. You know, it's that emotion that we need to tap into. And, you know, you guys see my posts, you watch them, watch the videos that I share, and you realize that I share everything for a reason. You know, it's got a message in there that's for everybody. And, you know, I try to only share truth. You know, sometimes things will slip through, but you got to take it for what it's worth because there might be a different message in it. So, that being said, let's go ahead and take care of new capacitors. I'm going to be using 20 gauge wire. Okay, just plain regular 20 gauge copper that I got from the hardware store. All right. This particular wire I will not be able to dip into my charcoal until afterwards, or spray with the cold caustic. Actually I will, because I'm going to take it off of the spool and do it anyway, just to be sure and follow my own idea back here. The same one that I had for my infinity reactor back here. I really feel like somebody else has been in my space here. Am I hiding things from myself? Because things appear to have been moved, shaken. I don't know, maybe my reactor's doing it. We'll see. Anyway, my mixture here is activated charcoal. Okay. A little bit of it here that I can show. I'll find it out right now. Anyway, I took about 3 teaspoons, heaping teaspoons of activated charcoal. This is fresh water that's in here. I put about 3 teaspoons, 3 tablespoons, excuse me, of diatomaceous earth. Okay, this is just a light fine powder. I took about 3 teaspoons of it. Tablespoons, teaspoons, doesn't matter. Just add it to your activated charcoal. And then I shook this up with my copper oxide cans. I shook it up and I poured a little bit of it in there. This is a wash spray of salt. And because this isn't a caustic, it didn't get boiled. It's not going to break down your copper oxide into nanoform. So now you've got wash cans floating around with your positive, which is the GANs, excuse me. You have your negative, which is the charcoal, and then your diatomaceous earth is also a positive. Okay, so now you've got two positives and a negative inside of here. All right, and then you apply that to copper, and copper is another positive. All right, so now you've got three positives and one negative, which is going to keep it offset. All right, and it will not be able to find balance, which means that it'll constantly be attracting. All right, diatomaceous earth, the reason why it's so healthy for us is because it attracts electrons to itself. Okay, it absorbs it and then it passes through our body. And diatomaceous earth is nothing more than ground up seashells. Okay, so it's a fantastic source of calcium and all the nutrients that we need. Excuse me, within the human body. So I just mix it all together. I shake it up right before I use it. Okay, sometimes just got to go with the flow and the things that you want to do. And because this spool, I don't want to get it all wet. It gets messy. I just take all the wire off. And you don't have to soak anything. You don't have to do anything extra. You just need to dip it into that wire, into that solution. So now you don't have anything else to worry about. It'll always be nano coated at some point. It's a natural nano coating, all organic, and we don't have anything to worry about when it comes to hooking things up to your electrical devices and your grids. Okay, I'm going to use this little container here. Alright, can you guys see that? I'm just going to use this little container here to make it easier to dip this wire. Okay, as you can see, it doesn't need much. I just put enough in there to cover the surface of the bottom and a little bit. It's okay to touch it, see? It's not gonna hurt you. It's like touching burnt toast or charcoal in your fireplaces. Okay. Don't ever waste it. Don't throw it away. Reuse anytime you can. I'm always, right now what I'm doing is I'm stretching out this wire. Okay, make sure that there's no kinks in it as I'm running it through. Okay, you'll see I'm just creating it so that it goes under the surface. As it's passing by, you'll see, you can tell, you feel it, you know, okay, you're trying to tap into its life force. But just make sure that when you're doing this, you hold the wire underneath and then just let it slide over your fingers. So it's going past, it's passing through underwater. Okay, once that's done, you know the entire surface of your copper wire is nano coated. Okay. Now, I don't ever have to worry about this wire again. Okay. Sometimes I get spools, you know, bigger spools, like this. Okay. I can dip it inside of here and then set it off to the side and let it dry. Sometimes I'll put it in, you know, a little glass jar that will, you know, I call a catch jar to catch any of the excess dripping. Pour it back in here. And I'll save it for later. Now this plastic container is also nano coated. You should ever need a nano coated container. and go from there. And we'll end up doing it. I'm cleaning this off here because I've got limited space on my desk. One day I'll have a beautiful, nice little science lab. Be bigger than what I've got, but for now we're going to use this. Now, I'm going to teach you how to make the Trinity. Actually, we're going to go with the Infinity 6. So we're going to use 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right. It'll be the Trinity 7 capacitor. All right. Which means that we're going to have 7 field interactions right here, guys. Okay. It's going to cross over itself. There's going to be 7 wires lined up here. Okay. And so the point of this is it's got to be an odd number so that we can continue the capacitor setup. All right. One side is positive, one side is negative. I'm trying to build this in my head real quick so that I don't have to redo it. If I was to put it over, one side would be positive, one side would be negative, but the ends come together. So, all right. Get 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the quad core. Yeah. Bend it again. This is 5. 6. Okay. You can see the 6 field interactions. Count the wires. Okay. You have 6 wires here. That means that there are 6 field interactions. That means there are 6 directions that this energy is moving between these wires. Okay. So now we've got 6, and as you can see, they have my source wire, and then I've got my negative wire. Okay. Now I've got 6 interactions here in the center. This wire has been nano coated. Okay. We're going to push this all together. This is exactly what I'm talking about. My stuff is being moved. Either by me in a trance, or it's just plain missing because somebody came in here and just took what they didn't need. But, of course, I'm sure it's always my fault. It seems like my higher self is playing tricks on me. Anyway, you see that I'll put, I've got the source end over here again on my left side. Okay. I'm taking the closed end that we've just formed and I'm putting that inside the drill here, guys. Okay. I make all of my devices the same way. All right. You'll see the repetition going on here. And pinch that side. This drill is always moving to the right. Okay. Always moving clockwise. All right. Don't ask me the number of twists. If you haven't figured it out right now, by now, then the number of twists is your security, so you don't have anything to worry about. Okay. There is no specific number of twists. All right, so now you guys got one of these. Okay. Usually, I like hands-on participation during class, which means that I want you guys to make this stuff while I'm doing it. Okay, it's kind of the point of the water group. Okay, this is a focus group, so you guys can get the hands-on experience and ask me the questions that you need while we're making it. Okay, so if you have the option to do so, please come on the screen, share your pictures, ask your questions, because that's why I'm here. Okay, I'm not here just to dictate. All right, it's an interaction. You guys need to understand why we're doing it this certain ways, because when you start bending your copper wire, your intent is already saved. Okay, it's automatically saved. So as we're making this, our intent, because this is a water reactor group and it's focused on water, your intent to create water is being put into this copper wire. Okay, the whole point of the focus group, we're just doing a meditation. It's a hands-on meditation. You don't have to sit down and close your eyes and try to clear your mind. I'm going to fill your mind with love, okay, anticipation, because I've been having dreams about this reactor, and I know it's more than just water. Okay, so if you guys take the time, please go get some wire. Get your pliers if you got it. Get your whatever it is that you need to do so that you can make these things. And we'll have a focused meditation on creating water, and we will have much better results. Okay, I promise you.
I'll have to be more prepared.
We're using the energy of the universe here. Okay, and it's time to harness that energy with the group that we've got. Bring it together. Focus it on this one issue. If we can focus this on one issue, our intent will be set in stone. And once we create water one time, the entire universe will know how to create water. Okay, that's how powerful our soul energy is. And that's part of the ascension process, is that bringing awareness to our own abilities and our own intent saves it to basically the hard drive of the universe. Okay, and that's what we're doing here, and I need you guys to participate, not just watch. Okay, I need your feedback. I need that feedback is the love for me, my food. Okay, I need to know, and I need to know that you understand fully. Okay, because the unintended consequences can be extremely harsh for you. All right, if you're not very specific, and that's why we're doing the focus group, and I'll tell you along the way. All right, now I have my aluminum foil, and I was using been using coffee filters. I've used paper towels. I've used parchment paper. I've been experimenting with different setups. The voltages don't really change when it comes to the setup, so there's nothing really special about it. It's just depending on what you have, what's available. As long as you have some sort of a paper product. Okay, they're using the parchment paper as a protection in case there's heat, okay, in case there is a short in some way. So if you've got it, make that your first choice, okay, as far as the parchment paper goes. I don't have any parchment paper. For me, I've been using, like I said, the little coffee filters. Okay, I get it from the dollar store, and I've been using paper towels. And today I'm going to be using paper towels and aluminum foil. So if you got those, go ahead and go grab them. You don't need very much of it. I'm just tired of walking back and forth. Got my trusty aluminum foil, paper towel. Okay, nothing special. You know, I don't care if it's super absorbent or whatever else. We don't have, you know, like I said, we don't have anything to worry about. Your little tub that we used earlier will most likely be your best bet to help you, you know, because you're going to want to do these. I would suggest for this reactor, I would suggest making, oh hell, we're going with 8s all the way around, crazy 8s. That's what comes to mind when I look at the bucket here. Okay, so you're going to want to make about 8 of these reactors. So if you put 6 twists in here, or you know, 6 field in 7, 6, there's 6 in this one. So each one that you make, all right, this one's got 6 field interactions. So this is equal to 6 of the capacitor hybrid rings that are like on the Q144 that we've seen recently that's stacked up. Okay, so it's like making 6 of those all at once, guys. Okay, the long wire that you see right here, that was my source wire. Okay, and so when we you know, bend over the end of your source wire, okay, and now we know that this is nano coated. Don't have to worry about it. I'm going to go ahead and keep my, you would think mason jars would want to have a better pouring capability, huh? Anyway, you don't have to put very much in the bottom. You just need enough to soak up, you know, if you're going to do all 8 of these at once, then, you know, yeah, you'll want to take care of it in that sense. Just so happens that these paper towels, see how convenient things work out for me, guys? Okay, I didn't have to do anything with this paper towel. I just tore it off the roll and it fits perfectly where I need it to. Okay, so this paper towel here, I'm going to cut it in half and use the entire half of that to roll up on my capacitor. Okay, so you're going to see it's going to seem redundant, but trust me, you need to have that space in there. Okay, you need to make sure and have all of that excess rolling in there that you may have previously not wanted to, you know, take the time, do it right. Okay, I like to squeeze out the excess liquid because it's not so much, it's not so messy. Okay, if you don't like things dark, you know, your fingertips or whatever, it'll turn your fingers black. You know, a little dark gray, just charcoal, guys. Okay, I'll move this out of the way. Notice I always keep my stuff on the left side. All my open end wires, all that kind of stuff is all on the left side here. Okay, this is the tedious and time consuming part. Okay, when I see my friends that are making other plasma reactors and they're making the single wires, I really feel for them because this is quite tedious because they're kind of small wires. So, but do what you can so you can get it rolled on here. You know, for me, I have big fingers, so it's difficult to work with the smaller wires. Some people Some people are much easier at the little things here. But all you got to do is get it started. Yeah. Then you can just roll it up once it's started. Okay. Cover the whole length of your twists that you put in your, your Infinity 6. Oops, I tore it. Be careful. It's okay. It's, as long as there's no, as long as you got your layering here. Remember, when you roll it, you're creating a spiral. Okay. So you don't have to do much of anything else. But it's already nano coated. I hold this end with my fingers and I continue the twist. Okay. I continue the twist to tighten it down on top of that copper wire. Okay. Keep it, from moving around. It squeezes out some of that excess water and allows it to dry faster. Okay. Because you're going to want to let your capacitor dry completely before you, if you're going to plug it, into the wall, okay, or into a battery or a power source of some sort. All right, that's all that is. Then you're going to take a piece of aluminum foil, okay, about half the distance, okay. Here, actually, it's going to go up towards the top, but you're going to get a half of the distance of the total length of your capacitor here. Okay. So for me, it's about, I don't know, 4 or 5 inches here. Okay. And again, you want the layering. So I go with the flow. I just cut everything in half. It's fractal, so everything should be exponentially better or smaller or whatnot. But it is the layers that you want. Okay, you're gonna dip that whole thing, okay, this tinfoil in here, and just move it around, cover it completely, and pull it out. Okay, the aluminum foil has now been nano coated. Okay, it won't dissolve. The end that I have going towards the center, I like to fold over, give it a nice clean edge. Okay. And then the end with the 2 wires coming out the end, or whatever. I always try to keep the 2 wires together because this is where all the capacitor parts are going to join together. Okay. So put it on here. Remember, everything's nano code, so it doesn't matter anymore. Okay, it doesn't matter if it's touching. If you're accidentally rolling it a certain way or whatever. Okay, it's the point that it needs to be here. We're using now the plasmatic energy of these elements. Okay, the paper towel we're using. Okay, the aluminum, the carbon, the GANs, the diatomaceous earth. Okay, we're doing all of it. We're using every bit of the plasmatic fields. Okay, and again, I do the same thing. I pinch it here for the aluminum foil, just like I do the other one, and I twist it down. Okay, I'm not really twisting the aluminum foil as much as I'm just letting it slide because it's wet. Okay, but it's just creasing it and putting it in place like a screw. Okay, that's all we're doing here. It doesn't have to be fancy. And so now you've got the beginning part of your capacitor. All right. Now, in order to get the potential difference that we're looking for, we have to have an odd number of wires. And what we're going to be doing with that odd wire of numbers, okay, is that we're going to cut little pieces. We're going to cut 5 little pieces of wire. Okay? And they can all be the same length. It doesn't really matter. You'll figure it out as you're making it. What's going to be easier for you. Okay? I make mine, I don't know, I guess it's about 6 inches long here, 8 inches long. You know, they don't have to be perfect, but try to keep them all the same if I can. Just guessing. I'm not measuring anything, you know, with a ruler or anything like that. I'm just cutting them. Okay? Don't make this difficult. Remember, it's our intentions. Okay, so I've got 5 wires here. If we had 4 wires, 4 more field interactions to this, then we would have had a balance because it would have given and taken at the same time, okay? What we're trying to do is we're trying to get that balance and then offset it by 1. Okay? And that's why we use the odd numbers or the Fibonacci numbers. Okay? And when you get that 1 extra, you're creating that potential difference and you're creating a disturbance in the outer energy field, which creates the attraction that you're looking for. Okay? I like to start. Read the shirt, guys. Yeah. I've turned this, so now this is on the right hand side. Okay. And what I'm trying to do, actually, I'm going to go ahead and flip it back over. What I'm trying to do here is that you got to create where's the energy going to grab from? Okay. Whenever you're wrapping a coil around this, whatever part is actually wrapped, okay, think of it like the sponge, right? And it's moving towards the longer end that's sticking up and connected to the other pieces, okay? So if this is your capacitor side and this is the battery side, or this is the battery side, and yeah, this is the battery side here at the aluminum foil, and this is the capacitor side, okay? You want to draw energy. Well, I know that I need a wire that's going to be connected here and on this side and to this one at the same time, because that's what's going to connect the positive, okay, compared to the negative, which is the silver, when it comes to this this design, okay? So what you see me do when I turn it back around is that I have that end pointing towards, okay, the paper towel, the wet paper towel side, all right? And I just pinch my finger there and hold it right on the end, all right? I just hold it right there. And then I twist it. Doesn't matter which direction. Doesn't matter how many times, okay? It just needs to be wrapped on there. But you see, I twisted it. I started twisting it on this side, and it moved this direction. So that means that this energy is going to be drawn from this side and moved up here, okay? And when I put another wire here, and we're going to do the same thing, but it's going to be like the 2 corkscrewed ends that we've wrapped around it are going to be facing each other, and I'm going to show you, okay? You'll see me flip-flop my device back and forth so that I can have the same spin with my hands, okay, the same direction, but not have to worry about flipping it in your mind, okay? The wire also helps hold your paper towel in place, okay? So what you can see here is that you've got a coil going this direction, pointing this way, and you have a coil that's pointing this direction, okay? And they're going to feed off of each other, all right, as far as energy goes, but it's drawing it from the center towards this end and out this wire, okay? The same with this one. It's gathering all the energy up in between these little grooves. It's gathering it up, and it's coming out this end of the wire, Okay, so you're determining the energy flow here, right? Is it really pertinent? No, but these are the finer details that help the energy flow be better. The plasma will find itself, okay? The energy will find its own balance, and it's, you know, let it do its job, what it wants to do, okay? So I'm going to put 3 over here on this side, 3 wires on the capacitor side, okay? All right, this doesn't have to be brain surgery, doesn't have to be pretty, it doesn't, you know, just make it. That's all you got to do. All right, and I make all of mine stand on the same sides, okay? So I'm gonna have 3 on the paper towel side and 2 on the oil side. The aluminum foil side, again, is the battery side, right? And it's nano coated. So I'm going to make, since I have all of this space here that I can utilize, I'm going to make the spacing between my coils a little bit bigger, okay? So allow for more collection area of energy, okay? I know now that this is the negative side, so it's going to connect to the negative wire. If this is source, this would be the positive end, this would be the negative end. So you can automatically take this one and move it to the other side and twist it together, okay? We're going to twist that one together because we know it's supposed to be there, okay? Now you've identified the negative terminal of this battery capacitor, okay? Now, you may have to use additional wire to make your connections if you want to. I'm using the smaller wires, the shorter wires here, because I don't like this stuff flopping around and it hits me in the face. And, you know, the last thing I want to do is be upset because of being poked in the eye with a dang copper wire. So, okay. Now, on the traditional split ring hybrid, you had all of your other wires would connect on this end, okay? We have to take these wires right here and move them up to this end. That's the only difference here, okay? So that's why I like to keep this a little long, but as you can see, it's not long enough to reach to the end. And we're gonna go ahead and add an extra wire to this to connect these to where they need to go, all right? Now, in the center, okay, we've already connected the one that's on the end here to the negative terminal, all right? We're gonna connect these ones in the center, these 3, 1, 2, and 3, we're going to connect all of those together. So you've got 1 wire that's on the aluminum foil, and you have 2 wires that are on your paper towels. Okay? You're going to take those 3 that are in the center and connect them together. Okay? You can be as pretty as you want. Okay? Since everything is moving up to this piece here, all right, these 3 are going to connect to this one, the long source wire. Okay? I try to make it look as pretty as possible, so I'll just use my pliers, make nice sharp edges on it so that I know that each one is going to be taken care of and look good, okay? But I literally will connect this one to the next one, okay? Nothing fancy here, I'm just connecting it, okay? You'll see me twist them all together, okay? And then once again, I will give it a nice crease in the wire, okay? Doesn't matter how you connect them, how you twist them together, just as long as that they are twisted together, guys, okay? That's what we're doing here. And as we can see, this is not going to reach the end. Okay. So you can bend this one down to meet it if you so choose, or you can add another wire. I'm bending this one down here so that they meet together. I don't know how this is going to turn out at the very end as far as situating goes, but you still are going to have to get an extra wire for this side to bring it all the way up. Okay. Did I do that right? No, I did not. That needs to go to my short wire. Okay. Disconnect it from the big one if you've connected it. Because this is the positive end. Okay. That's the one that goes to source. So now I do already, anyways, need a wire. No big deal. Because remember, it's already nano coated. Okay. You can add in as many wires as you want if you want to, or as few, depending on what your needs are. If you're trying to conserve wire and all that good stuff, then you know, this is the easiest way. Okay, just splicing a wire, just to make it so that it's it looks good. It's space available, as I call it. Just being stubborn right now. It doesn't matter how many extras, just connect them, guys. Don't overthink it. Trust yourself. Make it look good. Your first ones are never going to look perfect, okay? Unless you have experience in bending wire and things like that, okay? So don't be too hard on yourself. So remember, this one right here from the 3 that are in the middle, we're going to connect to the negative terminal, okay? Remember, these are all going to be connected together, okay? You're just doing a formality of following a very specific procedure, okay, to create this. All right, that's all we're doing. Very, very specific procedure. Order of operation, like in math. All right. You know, when you first make it, the very first time you make it, like I said, it's not gonna be perfect. It's not gonna be the prettiest thing in the world. Okay, it won't look like mine unless you got experience, and you know, it's not. Don't make it a painful experience. Okay, it's supposed to be fun. This is what our life is for right now. We got to create water and help a lot of people. Okay. Now I'm just going to connect this one to my source wire, okay, which is the long one with the bent side, remember? Okay. So I'm going to have a really long wire. So what okay, that's why. You got to bend it. We're going to curve it around here. The ring just needs to come together. Doesn't have to be in a perfect circle. I'm particular in that way because I like things to look pretty, and I know that the world is going to be watching. Okay. Now, I didn't have to put that extra wire. Okay. It seems, because when you curl it around, it would have reached just perfect to this wire. Okay. Again, if I had trusted myself, I would have saved myself a little bit of time on that. But that's all right. We're going to make the best of it. Okay. Mistakes are all about learning. Okay. And I don't even see it as a mistake or a problem, really. You know, it's an experience. So Now I'm going to take those two, connect them together. You got to remember that one is positive, one is negative. Okay, you got the short one that's negative, and the big one is the positive. Okay, this is your determining factor for your placing them in series. Okay. Just twist them together. I don't like wasting anything, so because I made these so long, I'm going to make myself suffer, I guess, and twist them. This is not for any other purpose other than to tell myself that, you know, good job, you. Your higher self is playing tricks on you. Okay, so now my longer wire is the positive wire, and this is the negative wire for this whole circuit. Okay, and when this is already done, it's nano coated. Okay, because of the way you're twisting it, you've already set the flow, so you don't have to put your meter on it and determine the flow of energy. Infinity does that for you automatically. Okay, but this is what your first capacitor should roundabout look like. Okay, and as long as you follow the same path, okay, you're going to make 6 of these, or 8 of these, or 144 of these if you want. But remember, there are 6 inside of here. 6 field interactions inside of this capacitor ring. So you're automatically going to start getting an energy. Maybe. See if I can energize it. There you go. That's just transferring it through my hand. Okay. Can you see it? All right. Okay, that's just energizing this through the hand with my unit that's sitting right behind me. Okay. It just needs some love. You just made a creation, and now it's got to dry. All right. Make 6 more of these, or 6 total, 8. It doesn't matter. Whatever feels right for you. 8 feels right for me. Everything. I've been called the crazy 8s guy. Whatever. Doesn't matter to me. It's all about infinity. But we need 8 of these. Okay. Now, are there any questions regarding this capacitor on how to make it, how to twist it together? Okay. What questions do you guys have? Okay. I'm going to the chat room here.
Okay, when you were winding the negative on the aluminum side, you were going.
You have to speak up.
Okay, can
Please.
you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, when you were winding on the aluminum side, or connecting those together on the aluminum side, that is your negative, and you were going, if your source end was in your left hand, you were connecting them in a certain order. Which order was that?
I was just connecting, since I knew that I was going in one direction. I just started on this side. I connected it to the next one, and I bent that one over and connected it to the next one because it's a lot easier. You don't really want to, start from the top and then find out that you're short at the bottom. So that was the only reason why.
You were going towards the center, or were you going towards the end? Does that matter?
It really doesn't matter. You choose which direction. It doesn't matter. Okay. I was doing it that way because when I was making all of my IQ devices, that's the pattern, okay, that I used to make it faster and more efficient. Okay, you're gonna figure for yourself when you make these, you're gonna get real tired of making it because it's repetition. Okay, we're just repeating everything over and over again, and we're starting from the smaller and then repeating it, making it a little bigger, and then we're repeating that, we're making it a little bit bigger, and we're repeating it, and so forth. And that's how you get the exponential. But it doesn't matter which way you turned your wires. I was trying to conserve wire, of all things, to make sure that they didn't have to be like super long, Answer your question?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. But yeah, it doesn't matter which way you twist it, if the wires are together. It just helps if you understand how the energy is flowing, okay, from the twisted side next to the capacitor, or whatever. When you get the twisted side of it, this is where the energy of the sponge is. It's got to follow that, and then it comes out the longer wire, okay? The longer wire becomes your source wire, okay? It's continuing on that direction. You got to think at the end of that wire like a flashlight or a laser beam. You're just kind of directing that flashlight where you want it to go, okay? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know why this stupid thing's not working all the time. I will get it. I will become a master of this. Okay. There we go. Have you used other nanomaterials for composite GaNs? I think you came in late, Stephen. You may not heard me, but it's activated charcoal, it's diatomaceous earth, and copper oxide, washed copper oxide mixed all together in here. Okay. That's the mixture that I'll use. I use diatomaceous earth for, their seashells. It's finally a fine powder of ground up seashells, and it's got everything that you need from Mother Earth in it, with all the nutrients. It's matter form because it's dried. You've got the GaNs form because of the copper oxide, and then you've got the nano, which is the charcoal. So I've got my 3 different layers, or 3 different spinning layers of energy, whenever you put it on and nano coat your stuff. Okay. Easiest way to nano coat, all right, is just to dip it. It's the easiest way, probably even the safest way, and this is all organic. It's not chemically derived. Okay. And I want to thank the Q reactor guys for sharing that information. We're going to take that information and continue it, because there's going to be a lot of people that want they want the organic and not necessarily chemical. Over time, you realize that it doesn't matter, okay? Because even the chemicals come from the Creator. Mankind didn't create them, they just rediscovered them. And they all break down to their individual elements when they're in the caustic. And caustic has its own benefits by itself. The steam caustic has, its different uses. And then you got the cold caustic has its different uses that you would use it for. This right here with the charcoal and water, this has its own use. I like to do this with the capacitors. But when it came to the actual water reactor, okay, when I was nano coating it, I used the copper tape in there. And I apologize for the noise in the background. I live next to a busy road. You're just going to have to deal with that until we get enough donations, or I can move away from here, or we get these guys flying. So come on, guys. But I took a paper towel. I used a glove, and I took a paper towel and I wiped the caustic on the surface of the copper tape. Okay, and there was an excess amount of caustic. Okay, this caustic particularly. Okay, excess amount on there. And once I had wiped it, I also sprayed it. Okay, to give it an even finer mist inside, and then I sealed it with, you know, just a little board over the top. But you use the paper towel. What I found is that when you're using the copper tape, okay, the nano coating or the surface of the copper tape will collect your oil from your skins. If you smoke cigarettes, you know, marijuana, whatever, it all sticks on your skin at some point. So you start handling that tape around there. It doesn't. It's a lot more difficult to put the tape inside of a bucket than you would think. But as long as all of the surface area is covered, and as long as in certain areas where you know, put multiple pieces of tape in there, that you've got at least a ½ inch coverage where the tape will overlap. Okay, a ½ to a ¼ inch when you're doing this, because sometimes, you know, we get lazy, we get tired, we whatever, and we don't push the edges of the tape down all the way. We don't flatten it. Maybe it got crinkled. Okay, and there isn't a perfect seal right along the edge there. Well, the caustic will get inside of that and eat away at the glue. And now you've got a little bit of the edge of the tape that's going to lift up. And when that happens, that's where plasma can leak out. Okay? And so what you want to do is take that and, you know, just if you can, run your finger right along the edge of the tape to get a good seal, and that helps. Okay? But the other part is that you don't use steam. And if you wipe it on, you have less of a chance of it will coat evenly, and you have less of a chance of causing the edges to peel up. Okay, and if you leave a little gap on there, then you're covered. Even if it does decide to peel up a little bit, then the plasma energy won't leak out. So overlap it a little bit, guys. Okay. Now, the next thing I want to make is the lollipop battery that I've been working with. Okay, this one has been made the same way. I dipped everything, all the wires in it, in that charcoal mixture. And for some, you'll be able to see the spots where they've dried. Okay, that's on there. And there is some coloring, like copper oxide, that is actually forming on the surface of this. Okay, and all I did was dip it. I used a paintbrush and I painted the surface of this with that charcoal mixture. Okay. Me, I'm a clumsy person. I say I'm clumsy because I try to move way faster than what is capable in the area that I'm at. Okay. Now I'm going to be using 8-gauge copper wires so that you guys can visually see what I'm doing here. You guys can use any size wire you want. You just got to follow the same format. And if you can use any kind of tape you want. You just have to be able to, I can't really say that you can use anything that you want here because we haven't tested this yet. This is why I need your help. But when we make this is a split ring lollipop battery, okay? And it's only a lollipop because it's got a handle. All right, that's the only thing I can see here. Now, I'm going to go ahead and take a 5-minute break. Go gather some thicker wire if you've got it, because that's what you really need for these batteries. So you have a very defined set here. It's not too flimsy. you're going to need it to be a little bit stronger. So if you've got 14 gauge, 16 gauge, even 12 gauge, I'm using 8, okay? Start cutting them in concentric rings, all right? And I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Give everybody a break. To go to the bathroom if you need to, okay? I need to go. I'm going to still be recording. Please talk amongst each other if you need to, but we'll be back, all right? So about 5 minutes, 10. We're going to come back here in about 7 minutes or so. It's 10 o'clock a.m. my time, Central Standard Time.
Hello, everybody. Can anyone listen to me? Does anyone has been doing this experiment? Has anyone built it?
See? I live in Quito, Ecuador. Can you unmute to talk?
All right, guys. I always like to straighten my wires out first, so I know exactly what I'm getting. When you start making a bunch of these, you might make some marks on your desk or rulers or whatever it is, so that you can know exactly what length you need to cut the outer ring. Okay, the second, third, and fourth rings here. I have 4 concentric rings inside of here. You do not have to do the center. Okay, you see the small circles in the center there. Okay, those are just tiny split rings that I purchased from like a jewelry shop online. Okay, that's what's in the very center of this. And there's 4 of those as well, concentric ones from biggest to smallest. But you don't have to do that unless you want to. The important part here is the bigger rings on the outside. Okay. I like to make things a little bit easier for everybody. Some of the things that I've learned is that spirals are great. Okay. We're making a cone, okay? But we're gonna take and we have to cut that cone into 4 different C shapes, okay? So if you can find something that's sturdy enough to wrap your wire around, okay, that is in the shape of a cone, all right, you're gonna see that here. I'm gonna learn this for the first time. I've never done it this way. But this is the idea that came to mind. Okay. First off, make sure the lid's tight. I poured this magnesium citrate on my lap a couple of times trying to, no, that's because it's leaking. That would be why. But at the same point, I'm going to use the V shape here. Okay. I'm backing up because the wire is so long. Okay. And you're going to have to hold it in place because it's going to try and slide itself. But just keep wrapping the wire around it. Okay. So you got at least 4 turns. And what you're doing is you're just creating the concentric sizes, you know, a roundabout. It doesn't have to be perfect. Okay? You'll understand that it becomes kind of difficult. All right, but you can create a cone that way, the cone shape. Okay, for me, once that happens, I like to, I've got these wire cutters here for it. You're gonna be trimming off a whole bunch of little pieces to make this capacitor or this battery work. Okay. And I just keep cutting down the line. Three and four. Okay, so we're just making jump rings. It's the power of creation, guys. It's a little bit more difficult with bigger wire, but wire can be manipulated. Now, doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't have to be, you know, detail oriented. It just has to fit around the next one. Okay. Don't put too much thought into this, because once you start doubting yourself, then you stop. Okay. Don't doubt yourself. You're already a genius. Okay. Now with this particular one, the outer one is a little bit bigger. Okay. Or the same size. Some people might be asking if there's a, you know, a certain distance from, you know, the gap. No, it's kind of like the dam. You know, how much energy do you want? See, I got to make a little bit bigger one, or I'm going to make this one. The next one, a little bit smaller. I'm going to cut off about a ½ inch. Push it together so it still fits around this ring. Still not big enough. So now I cut off a ½ inch so far. And we'll cut off another ½ inch or so. As long as it fits around this other ring, you're good. Okay. Now I've got 4 rings that are concentric that fit inside of each other. Okay. So now we've got that part covered. I'm going to dip this in my charcoal. Okay. Mix it up. You can see all my charcoal sitting on the bottom here. Okay. Stir it up. Mix it up so it's there. Okay. If you're going to add any other things to it, okay, just submerge it. You don't have to soak it. Just submerge it. See how easy this is? And we've just nano coated some copper wire, guys. These concentric rings. We don't have anything to worry about on that. If you don't have copper tape, get some. That is the advice of Mr. Mike. Go get you some copper tape of some kind. I use these 4-inch rolls of copper tape, because it gives me a whole lot more options. Okay, it's sticky on one side, it's electrically conductive adhesive on the other side. Okay, and I can get it from Amazon.com. If you don't have this, then it's not a necessity per se. You just got to mimic what I'm doing. It doesn't have to be tape, it just got to be copper on the outside. Okay, if that means that you got to put two copper plates together and use rivets to hold it together, by all means. Okay, if that's what it takes to do it, then you can do it this way. Okay, but you're just mimicking what we're trying to do here. Okay, it doesn't have to be identical in order for this to work. It just needs to be copper rings, copper tape, or copper on the outside, and it's all nano coated. Okay, that's the point here. Now, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be using copper tape. I'm going to take my biggest ring, okay, and you can see my oily prints on here possibly, okay, from previous times that I've worked. All right, so I'm just going to cut a little square out of this. I'm going to cut 2 squares out of that because you need a top and a bottom, okay, because you're going to pancake it. Another terminology, there's a lot of resourceful people out there, okay, I call it like a blister pack, okay, because it's the same thing that we're creating here. I need to make sure this will fit. Okay. Because what we're doing is that we're going to take the backing off of here. Okay. I don't know why I did that. Okay. And take the backing off of here and stick these rings to this copper tape. Okay. The glue is going to hold it in place. And then we're going to take the other side of it and put it over the top. It's going to seal together with the glue. Okay. And as long as you keep all the air out and the edges are all nice and smooth, you can actually steam coat or spray caustic or whatever these kinds of devices. I call them blister pack devices because they're just pinched in between copper tape. That's all I'm doing here. Okay, we're creating a seal. And when you nano coat the outside of it, you're creating a plasmatic barrier that holds whatever energy is inside of it, holds it in place. Okay, so you completely encompass it. All of the energy is going between the rings. Okay, so when you place your rings together, okay, the one big thing that we need to talk about right now, I'm going to use a different piece because paper towels don't cut when they're wet. So I'm going to take my piece here, I'm going to cut off another piece of paper towel, okay, that's slightly smaller than this copper tape, all right. Just cut a little square out, okay. I know that it's, actually I want it to be about the size of the ring, so cut this corner out here. Doesn't have to be perfect, but I'm going to mark my edges. Okay. So now I can remove this. You can always get better scissors. Okay. So now I've just got this little piece of copper tape here. I'm going to remove this from in front of me. Peel the backing off of this. What we're doing is this could be kind of difficult to argue with your tape because it likes to stick on you. There we go. Once again, I'm taking this paper towel and I'm going to dip it in my solution. Okay. Squeeze out the excess. Try not to tear it, mess it up too much, but you can squeeze out the liquid. You're wanting the carbon that's in it, okay? The blister pack is going to help keep your paper towel moist for the GANs, okay? Because once it dries out, your GANs is no longer GANs or neutrinos. It turns into matter, okay? So I'm just gonna set this right here in the middle, okay? And I have excess tape, and I'm learning as I go too. So I'm not, an expert in all of this stuff, nor do I claim to be. I'm starting to build these, and we want to get this out and share it as best as possible. Oh, of course. All right. So now you've seen that I put the paper towel over directly on top of the sticky side of that, okay? And then I'll put my first ring in place over the top of it. Doesn't matter if it's touching anything else or whatever. The point is that you're trying to determine a polarity on the inside of your device here, okay? Because I put the paper towel with the carbon on it, that's my negative side of the inside of this battery, okay? When I put this other piece of copper tape on it, okay, you have to understand that the sticky side is not nano-coated, okay? Even when it comes in contact with this, the positive part is going to touch the dried wires here, okay? The regular copper is positive, okay? The outer side would be negative. So when we're done here, I'll start to draw up your the field interactions and the layering of what we can see here, okay? But remember, we're trying to put this over the top, okay? I've got an opening up there at the top. That means the next time the opening needs to be at the bottom, okay? We're just going to reverse these. Not brain surgery, okay? If you're meticulous like I am, close the gap up, okay? So they're all even, they're all equal, it doesn't matter, all right? And you just drop it in place, okay? Leave a little space in between there for the energy to flow, okay? You're trying to get it to make the trek, as I call it, all right? Because remember, all energy starts from the center and works its way outward. Okay. Again, make sure you alternate so that the opening is towards the opposite of the last one, or the outer ring. You're not determining anything except for the flow. There's no polarity. You're doing that with the paper towel, okay? And then again, you're going to make sure that you flip it so they're back and forth. Now you've got your concentric rings, okay? And the next step here is to make your lollipop handle, okay? The lollipop handle is your positive wire, okay? What it's going to do is it's going to collect all of this energy that you've got here, okay? And it's going to transfer it out one wire. And I'm going to show you. Okay. Now, due to the ability of the wires to pull out, because I've got, I don't have anything sticky right here, okay, where this is going to be touching, that means I run into the risk that the wire can be pulled out of this, okay? So I've designed a method that will keep that from happening, okay? And you can kind of see the shape up here on top. the wire follows this right here, and you can see it kind of curve back on itself and then bend down inside the ring. Okay, and I'm going to try and recreate that whole scenario for us so that it just keeps it from sliding out and makes it stronger. All right, so this is where it is starting. You're going to do a slight bend. Okay, and it's going to go inside that opening of the ring. Okay, so you're trying to determine how much of an angle you need to make it. Okay, give yourself some space if you want. Okay, and so you can see I'm just bending it that way. I know that it's going to be this length, so from here I need to start my bend backwards. Okay, this is how I'm judging the distance that I need. Okay, go backwards. Okay, all the way back. So now it looks like this. Okay, this is the shape that I'll be using here, and I can smash this down to make sure that its profile is much smaller. Okay, and now we're going to take that. Okay, make sure that it lays flat. Okay, if possible. Oh, that's not good. Trying to be stubborn. There we go. Okay. Then you'll see that I put this end, okay, this little small nipple end, into the opening of the last ring. All right, it goes into the opening of the last ring. Okay, so this is what you're going to see. Let's see if I can turn this around for you guys. Screenshot it if you want to. Okay. But as you can see, the energy, okay, is going to start here in the center. It's going to fill up like water would, if you can imagine water, but it's weightless. So this area is going to fill up with light or plasma first, and then it comes out this entrance, okay, the exit here, and it will fill up this one, just like if it had water in it. If you want to understand the flow of plasma, you set this kind of a situation up and put food coloring and water and just drip the food coloring in the center. Okay? And wherever that food coloring with the water disperses to, that's where your energy is going to be. Okay? So if you need a visual for this, then that's a good way for the visual. Okay? It's just like a maze. Okay? So it's going to fill up this one, go to the first ring, come down here, and we'll fill it up. Go to the second, third. Now, we have 1, 2, 3, and 4. 4 field interactions. Okay? That's what you want here, and that's why I believe that this one is so powerful. Okay? But all that energy is going to come out here to this end, and because we've nano-coated this wire, okay? Let me make sure that I nano-coated this wire. All right? This is the beauty of nano-coating. When you forget, you can fix it. Okay? You just take a step back, cut it out. You know, if you have to, maybe you forgot or whatever, you don't have to start over completely. You just got to replace little components. Okay? That's why we're not broken as human beings. Okay? Ever. We just got a little piece of us that we need to fix. Okay? Now that I've got that here, I could have made my tape a little bit bigger to give myself some more space to work with. Okay, and I'll end up doing that next time. I suggest it for anybody else. I'm going to go ahead and cut a bigger piece of this tape here because I want it to overlap. All right, so you can see I've just made it a little bit bigger. I'm going to have it set this way so that this longer end will wrap around the lollipop handle, as I call it. Okay. Now, you're in experimentation mode, guys. So if you have problems with this, don't be so hard on yourself. All right. It's not difficult to make, but it's not the easiest thing in the world either, because you're just dealing with you're just dealing with the positioning of these wires. I mean, everybody's dealt with copper wire before. Everybody's, you know, maybe not copper tape, but you'll get a feel for it. You'll know that if you put too much pressure in the center, it'll cause the tape to tear, and you'll have little cracks in your stuff. So you always want to use the pads of your fingers, okay, to determine, you know, to give it. Don't use your fingernails, you know, whatnot. Making sure you can see this in the video. Okay. Remember, I said that it's important that you try to get a good seal all the way around. Okay. And if you've noticed that I've put all of my tape, I put the pressure on the center rings, one, to hold them in place, because remember, they're not sitting on top of anything sticky yet. Okay. And they're just sitting on that napkin. You gotta start there, and then I just run my finger along and I'll stick it to the table here. And this is where the blister pack comes in. Okay. And you're gonna want to, you know, make sure everything's sealed up all the way around. You want to make sure that your lollipop handle is going to be secured. Okay. I'm not doing anything special. I'm just pushing it down with my fingertip. This is why, you know, you'll see when you go to nano coat stuff, okay, you'll see why the dip method works so wonderfully for this. Okay. And now you got sticky sides. You can bend over that sticky side here, so it's not going to be an issue. But here's the end where the lollipop reactor is, or the handle. Okay, and all I'm going to do is just bend that tape back over and give it a little extra strength. Okay. Seal in between the gaps as much as you can here. All right. And then just press it together. Give it the shape. Okay? Try not to puncture the tape, but it's a blister pack now. Okay? That means it's got air trapped on the inside of it. And I just take this and I'll trim off the excess sticky tape. Okay? Cut off the corners because circles are great. I love circles. Okay? And there you go. We now have the lollipop reactor. Okay. Now you just saw me make that. Right. Now I've got some energetic fields in here that can cause my meter to mess around. Okay. But at the same time, I need to nano coat the outside of this copper tape. All right. Now, I'm going to show you. This is, oh, give me box here. Can you read that? Is that visible? Hello, somebody. Give me a thumbs up on the screens if you can read this meter. All right, well, I'm going to assume that you can. Okay. But you're going to see me put together. All I've done was connected my positive terminal to it, guys. That's all I've done. That's just with the energetic fields, and it's coming up at going up to 200. Negative polarity, then it jumps down, it's bouncing back and forth. I mean, it's ridiculously energetic.
And you had the positive
Right.
on your lollipop wire, the wire coming out. Is that where you had your positive?
Yeah, we got it on the handle part of the lollipop, as you would call it. Okay?
Okay. And what do you have your meter set at?
I can't hear you.
What do you have your meter set at?
It's sitting on DC voltage, 10 megohm input.
Okay.
Okay. And it's just sitting there. Okay. That's the energetic fields. Now, what do we got when we touch it? Touch the outer surface of the blister pack. It does the same exact thing. Starts jumping around, bouncing around. Now let me explain your meters. Okay, you're not actually, when it's bouncing around like that, you're not actually picking up a voltage, guys. All right. This meter doesn't know how to read plasma. It only understands how to read electrons. Okay, and you will understand that when you see the negative, the positive, or the negative symbol pop up on your meter, okay, that's when you've switched polarities. All right. You want the negative number to come up, and wherever you put your positive terminal, okay, like for instance, we put the positive terminal on the handle, okay, and it came up as a negative value on here, okay. For plasma, the negative value is what shows up on this meter. The jumping around to the different numbers is picking up every one of these rings, okay, is giving off a different signal. And that's why it's jumping back and forth. It's trying to read that signal. And it's jumping and bouncing and doing everything all over the place because it's picking up every single one of those energy fields that's in there, and it's reading it the best way that it knows how. Okay? You have to think like, you know, if we were in the Old West, they wouldn't know what the heck a voltmeter was, right? But they would describe it the best way that they knew how. Well, the plasma that's in here is trying to describe to the meter the best way it knows how on how it can read it. So, you know, the numbers don't mean anything. The fact that it's jumping around tells me that there are multiple fields interactions that are going on in this that I just made. Okay? So the making the meter jump around, don't expect a very specific number. You just want it to bounce around. You want to see the polarity change. Okay? You want to do all of that kind of stuff. When you put your red terminal on this, okay, you're determining the energy flow. You're making this the positive, okay? You're making it the energy flow this direction, okay? You're making it flow with electricity, okay? So keep that in mind. Let's see, is that building the fields up, down, up? Yes. And yes, the acids do contain, okay, this is just activated charcoal, but it does have copper oxide mixed in here, okay? That's all I've got. I've got copper oxide, diatomaceous earth, and activated charcoal in here. All right. You guys saw how crazy that went. You watched me build it right there in front. It's ready to go, and I haven't even nano coated the outside yet. So, you know, this is the importance of why we share things. You know, I share them as fast as I can think them up, or that they come to me. And in order to do so, you guys get the benefit of it, but you also get to experiment with me. Okay, we get to grow together. We get to learn. Okay, I'm not here in my room. You know, oh, I've got it all built. I know everything, and then I've got to go back and redo all of that stuff. Okay, it doesn't help anybody else if I leave out the little details. And when you start doing this stuff over and over again, you you forget the little things because they become a habit. And I need you guys to make sure that when you see me making this stuff, you can ask me, why are you doing that way? And I will explain it to you guys so that it's the experience of working together. This is a collaborative effort. So, you know, it's just me helping you. I love you guys. We need to get this around the world. These ideas and these concepts. You can make this as big as you want. You can make it as small as you want, and it will still have the same energy. Okay? And it's, you know, I just use these because I need you guys to be able to see it. You know, when I'm using these little tiny split rings, this camera sucks. So, you know, it's not very fun for you guys. And I don't want to, you know, my room to be x-rayed so that you guys can see it. So I'm going to use these bigger wires, but you can make it any size you want. Okay? And remember, the more concentric rings that you have, the more energy you're going to collect. All right? If you remember seeing, you know, the pictures of Nikola Tesla, and he's got the giant spirals on the walls. Okay? All the technology's coming out about wireless charging now, and you know, everybody's trying to jump on this bandwagon because they know it's going to happen, okay? Tesla had those big coils. You don't need those big coils because you have nano coating on your side, all right? You have technology on your side. Just because we want to move back into what we consider primitive of, you know, getting out of city life and whatever else, we're just moving back to nature, guys, okay? That's all we're doing. Moving back to nature. I think we need a list of materials to do it like a live workshop interacting. I didn't know what we were going to study or need. Sorry. Can we use aluminum foil instead of copper? Because I still can't get copper foil from anything else. Sure, try it. It's an experiment. Okay? I use copper tape because copper has a genuine meaning for me. All right, it's part of our body. Okay, when I use copper, I'm replicating the human blood, the veins. Okay, that's what I'm replicating. That's why I use copper. I'm pretty sure that if I put here, let's do it now. Okay, get some aluminum foil and put it on the outside. Let's see what kind of readings we can get. Okay. Aha, I feel it tingling in my fingers. Okay. You can do whatever you want, but this is all part of the experiment. And then when you come back next week, okay, I'm giving you the tools that you need so that, you know, next week, next Monday, we can all gather here again. You can show us what you've learned from your experiences. Okay, I just showing you how I did mine. You can make it better. Make it worse, I don't care. Whatever it is that you want to do here. But this is a learning experience for the both of us because or for everybody, because I have so many ideas that I need you guys to do the experiments. You know, but I got to show you how to make it first, and then you can play around and experiment with it. Okay? This is not nano coated on the surface. The aluminum foil. Okay. Let's see what we got here. I'm not endorsing Camel cigarettes. All right. Again, we're going to put the positive on top of the lollipop handle. Okay, number. I'll put it underneath. So I don't have to hold on to it. Okay. And now we're just going to touch it. Okay. We just overloaded it. Okay. That's what that beeping was for. Let's see here. How many? We're going to go to DC milliamps. Okay. Sometimes it'll take about 10 seconds. I don't know if you guys can see that or not. Sometimes it'll take about 10 seconds to create a current and a buildup. And sometimes it'll work, sometimes it won't. Okay, so I don't have any DC current. All right. Since we maxed that one out, we're going to jump here. And we have managed to.
Mike, can you hear me?
You have to speak up.
It's out of the camera. We can see the display.
You can or cannot? Nope.
Cannot see the display. Sorry.
There we
That's
go.
great. Thank you.
We can't hear you right now.
Mike, we cannot hear anything. Have you muted your microphone?
Better now?
Okay.
Thank you for telling. I don't know how this is happening here, guys, except I'm just touching stuff. So yeah, use aluminum foil if you need to. Anything that's metal, we've been using aluminum foil for everything else. I have a thing for copper tape because it's tape, okay, and it creates the seal that's needed on the inside. If you've got like I don't know, put hot glue in there, super glue, do something to seal it, okay, that will work. Everybody loves hot glue. You can put silica in there to seal it, okay. You just don't want to tear a hole in it because that's what's going to keep your stuff in your plasma contained, okay. So that's how we do the
What if you use
split ring.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I have copper tape is very thin. It's only like a 1/4 inch wide. If I tape that together, would that work, you think?
A 1/4 inch wide. You want to tape it together, like as in to make a sheet?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying? Yeah, you can do that if you want to. It's just copper tape. Okay. One piece is always better than multiple pieces because then there's less chance of leakage from your plasma. Okay. That's the only reason why I use bigger pieces of tape myself. Okay. That tape that you're using is perfect for our battery focus group. Okay. When we're going to be working with electricity, we're going to be using batteries. So that tape that you're using is perfect size for, using batteries. So don't throw it away. Don't get rid of it. Now, I've just taken my paintbrush here, just a clean paintbrush, and dipped it into my charcoal mixture, and I'm just painting it on the surface. The brushing part of it is actually wiping my fingerprints off of it, okay? Ensuring that there's a nice big coating, but get the whole entire surface, okay? All the way around the edges, okay? You can dip it back in there if you want to, okay? But I'm just showing you how I do it so that I'm sure that there is a nice coating, the oil is taken off from my fingers and all that kind of stuff, and now I'm just gonna let it dry. Just like the baking shows, I've got a finished one already. Okay? And like I showed you guys earlier, you can see that, it had dried and it started to collect, okay, on the surface. If you're not comfortable with that idea, you want to, you feel better about, it being all pitch black or, whatever, go for it, okay? It doesn't matter. Just keep working with this. Come up with different concepts, different ideas, okay? But using the C shape, okay? We'll take are there any questions so far? Do you guys like it? Do do I have a dick growing out of my forehead? Come on, talk to me, guys. I need some love here. I'm a normal human being. When I cuss, it is for emphasis purposes. Okay? I apologize for anybody that's watching these videos that if, my language offends you, okay? I'm sorry. It's the most efficient way that I know how to communicate, okay? I'm not here necessarily to be your friend or sugarcoat it. I don't care about the stigmas that the media puts on words and their definitions of, whatever. If I say the word fuck, it's because you need to pay attention to that. It's an attention getter. It isn't an insult. It isn't anything else. It's just a word, okay? It's a describing word. It's a noun. It's a whatever I want word, okay? But it's an emphasis word. I expect a level of maturity because a lot of the everything in the universe is sexually oriented. It's reproduction. Okay, so we may talk about sex, and we may talk about different subjects on sex, because if you understand the mentality and the emotion of sex and why we do certain things and stuff like that, you can understand yourself better, and then you can translate it into your work because you're just replicating it. Okay. This water reactor that we're making, as I told you before, is we're making a penis and a vagina, and we're going to make a little plasma baby out of that. Okay? Literally. That is how we're making this stuff. So I need a level of maturity from my audience, in understanding that I'm just describing the physical attributes of what we do and how we do it, and relating it to the emotional side of things. So, like I said, it's not anything personal, when I cuss or, it might seem derogatory. I'm just very direct. Most of the time, there's no emotion attached to it, and it kind of irritates people. So just kind of keep that in mind, guys. All right? I don't want anybody to be offended and be chased away because, oh, no, he's got a filthy mouth, and he smokes marijuana, and he smokes cigarettes in his classes. I don't care. Okay? I've been stuck in this box of mine in my mind last year, dancing in the back classroom going, hey, look at me. Okay? And now you guys are advanced enough that you can understand the things that are coming from my mouth. And I'm very happy to share that with you. Okay? So we're going to take a few minutes. I'm going to have a cigarette. You guys can ask me questions. Okay? I know that these are going to be edited, possibly in the future for, like a, this is how you're going to make the lollipop reactor, and this is how you're going to make the capacitor. Okay? They'll be broken down. But as of right now, this is the focus group. Okay? We're creating the books and the law of infinity when we do this. And I always encourage everybody to use infinity where possible. Okay? If there's a single wire there somewhere, you can always bend that wire in half and twist it together. When you do that, you put that twist, that's your security, guys. Okay? That's your peace of mind, knowing that your creation can't be stolen. And it can't be used elsewhere. And when you make a device, you say it out loud, my work cannot be used to harm any other living creature before you post it on the internet. Okay? But you share it. And that's how you pass on your information. And, you share it. That's why some people are having some extreme difficulties, because their intentions when they use my designs, okay, in the realm of creation, if I make it first in a very specific shape, in a very specific design, my intent is saved in there as soon as I bend that wire. And when the completed project is all done and it's all nano-coded, it becomes one. When you name it, it comes into existence. Okay? And you give it a purpose. It's no longer electricity, guys. This is light. This is plasma. You're light workers now. You're taking a copper wire. You're taking it from matter. You're nano-coding it, okay, which means that you're bringing dark matter into the picture, the opposite of what you want. The dark matter then absorbs the light, okay, through the surface of the wire and into the body, okay? Once this is nano-coded, it's no longer a copper wire, it's no longer copper, it becomes your body. And the nano-coating is your skin, okay? And the energy that's absorbed into your wires, okay, they become like a tube to hold plasma. They're not really matter. It's the skeleton, okay? It's the frame. It's like the bones of it, okay? And that's what the copper wire represents. The light energy that you're absorbing is its soul. The number of rings that you've put in here is its heartbeat. Okay? So when you're building it, this is how you've got to think of it, because you're creating a life. How many times do you want its heartbeat? Its heart to beat? Okay? You only need 3 times in order to utilize the energy that you need. Hence the triangle or the Starship reactor. Okay? So think of it in those terms, that when you're creating, you're not just creating a bunch of concentric rings. Okay? You're creating the rib cage that surrounds the heart. Okay? Because remember, all energy comes from the center and works its way outwards. Okay? Are there any questions? Sorry guys, I'm going to turn off my video. My lady has jumped on me about smoking on video. So I'm going to make my lady happy. Says it's kind of trashy, so you know, I can't exactly give her the finger, you know. Well, thank you guys.
Okay.
Burn some tree and say what you want to say. That's the way it should be, with no negative judgment to what you say, because you're legit. Keep it real. Keeping it real. Thank you.
Hey, Mike.
Yes.
For next
Who am
time,
I speaking with?
this is Lori.
Okay.
I have a hard time finding the wire that's uncoded. So if you have a list of some of the stuff we're going to use next time, that would be great. So I can have it ready, so I can do it while we're doing the video.
Okay. When I come back from my little cigarette here, I'll write it on my excuse me, my dry erase board, and that way we can screenshot it.
Great.
Remember, pictures, pictures, pictures. And I'm going to say that right now, pictures. You can get so much information out there with just a picture of your stuff. Don't try to, you know, write it out like I've been in my post. Okay? I get more reactions and I get more, I say reactions, but I get more interaction with people when it's a picture. Because I teach, you know, somebody told me the other day that there's pretty close to about 5,000 people out there that are just listening and watching and paying attention, and they're sharing my stuff. And, you know, I've got their attention now. Okay? And, you know, we've got 7 people in this group on a Monday morning. And you 7 people are learning how to make this stuff. So you're going to be the 7 people that are going to teach this to the rest of them as these things work. Okay? I'm not going to go over the making of the hydrogen atom, okay, and or the hydrogen atom and the water atom, okay, to create, or the hydrogen atom and the oxygen atom to create the water molecule. I'm not going to go over that again. You have to go through the previous videos. It's a progressive group here, okay? Now, as we get further along into this, maybe we'll start creating water next week, okay? Because I'm pretty sure I'm really close to this. But I'll make myself available Monday through Friday, 8 o'clock my time to noon or 1 o'clock, okay? And I'll get on this meeting ID number, and when you see that I'm, you know, I've posted the link where it says live, I will, I'll be online. Now, whether or not I'm recording or not, I'll be online and I'll be available, because it's your donations that are paying for this Zoom. And if I'm only using Zoom once a week and it only pays once a month, that means I've used it 4 times for 20 bucks, and it's $5 a day. And to me, that's bullshit. So I'm going to make it available and make myself available to answer your questions and work with you. And I will continue to work on my water reactor all throughout the week. And if I do some major changes and whatnot, then I'll record. And so I'm still learning how to get the stuff to YouTube. I've got some people, you know, that are helping me in the background. Lori is one of them. Several people have recorded. If you got it, you know, send me a link, post it on your page, okay, and we'll share it. Doesn't have to. I don't care if it's on the Infinity Project page. It's just a the fact that I need to get it shared. Okay, it doesn't have to be on the Infinity Project YouTube page in order for it to be shared. Okay, so let's see. Please, can you mention materials that we need for next week? Okay, for the water device. If you're going to build it from the beginning and watch the videos, okay, I use 18 or 20 gauge wires. All right, that's what I do. This is all in the previous videos, so let's see here. I'm going to make the list. I'm going to check it twice. It's time to be natty because we're done being nice. Ha ha ha, I'm a poet now. I know I'm also a dork, but you know, like my shirt says, test the rules, Edison's rules. Now, my preference, guys, is 18. I've used 16, but my preference is 18 to 22 gauge wires. And Lori has stated that all the previous videos are on her YouTube page. She's been doing the uploads for me before I got my laptop. With you guys' donations, I went out and rented this HP Pavilion laptop from Aaron's Rent-A-Center. Cost me about $100 a month or so to have this, so that I can have a screen and a whole new computer setup for you guys, okay? Because that's what you guys have asked for. That's why you've given me the donations. So don't want you to feel disappointed, and we will evolve as we go. As the needs arise, we'll only take what we need for teaching and for experimenting. Now, we may decide someday that we want to all help one person in this group, okay? Do one very specific experiment, but that experiment is going to take, you know, it might take $400 or $500 worth of equipment, and not everybody has that kind of money. So this focus group is designed that, you know, the more people that we have in here, we can all join together and give, you know, $20 or $30, maybe $50 if possible, or maybe somebody won't have any at all. And it just alleviates the overall expense for one person, and we want them to be able to do a very specific experiment, okay? And that's how we support each other in this. And then somebody else will pick up a different type of experiment, okay? And maybe they'll need something that's only $20 or $30, okay? And we can all join together and help them, okay? Or you can just donate to me. I'll buy the equipment. I'll do the experiments online because I have it available to me at the moment, you know, and we'll live this. We'll love it together. And, you know, it'll be all right. It'll be all right. Okay, 20. I use 18 to 22 AWG for the gauge. Okay, when you hear me refer to 18 gauge wire and things like that, it means AWG from the packages. Okay. Now, Laura, you were saying that you have coated wire, right? Did I hear you correctly? Where did Laura go? Oh,
Sorry.
somebody left.
I'm still here. You hear me?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, what was the question?
Are your copper wires still? Did you say that they were coated?
Yeah, I got to strip them down. I got some 18 gauge from the hardware store, but it was coated, so I got to strip that down. I got 14 gauge in the basement, and I've only stripped so much of that, so that's hard to bend.
Yeah, 14 gauge is pretty difficult, can be.
And
So
then
you have regular wire?
I got regular what?
Or you have regular insulated wire?
Yes.
Or is it? Okay, so you cannot see the copper wire through.
No.
The easiest way is to use a potato peeler.
Yeah, that's how I do it. That's how I strip my wire. It just takes a while.
Yeah, just a potato peeler will help with that. Or you can roll it up and throw it in the fire.
Yeah.
You're nano coating, you're burning the plastic. The soot from the plastic will stick to the copper wire, okay, and you're nano coated already, okay?
Okay.
So there are multiple options that you have. If you burn it all off, you don't want to necessarily get your wire super hot, okay?
Okay.
Your skin doesn't turn bright red when when you're growing new skin cells, okay? So it doesn't need to be bright red when you're making it. You don't have to add a torch to it that's going to turn it to a glowing ember. You don't want that stuff. When you add too much heat to your skin, what happens? You damage the cells, right? You get sunburn, you blister, whatever. You got to think about that kind of stuff that happens to your body. If you were to put a torch to your skin, okay, what's the reaction that you would feel? Okay? That feeling, that burning that's in your skin right there is an emotion. Okay? So we're just identifying new emotion. And pain is an emotion. Hunger is an emotion. Anger is an emotion. Those are the things that we don't understand. When you stub your toe, okay, the physical act of the contact between your toe creates that emotion. Okay? You're like the little plasma ball that when you touch the surface of it, you're creating the ground. Okay, so if you think of the inside of your body like that, wherever you touch yourself on your body, or even if somebody else or something else were to touch you, you are very aware of where it touched you, right? So you got to think of it like that electric lightning bolt that's in the center of those plasma balls. Okay, it's just connecting that nerve together so that it says, hey, you're being touched here. And if you can visualize that in your mind of how when you touch your skin, no matter where you touch yourself on your body, you can always feel where it's at. Okay? And that feeling, the feeling where the surface of your skin touches and it's sensitive, and like if you brush your fingers on it, that's an emotion. That sensation is an emotion. Okay? And that's what we're learning about this. Now, I keep going off on tangents because my crown chakra is on fire. Now, 18 to 22 gauge wire, copper tape, okay, if you can. I use copper tape for next week. I think this is all the materials I need. Honestly, I think I'm done. And I can't honestly say that until, the initial base beginning of this water reactor, okay? Whether it works the first time, nothing usually does, but whether it works the first time, okay, or not, it's not broken, and I'm not starting over completely because I know what I'm talking about here. We just need to increase the energy to get those energy fields to slam together. Okay, and when we get them to slam together in the middle, that's when the water will be created. I do believe, after further investigation or meditation, that this is the Oasis unit. Okay, it's going to do more than just produce water. It has all of the elements of life in it. We're making water. The human body is, 75, 85, 95% water. Depends on who you ask and what you read. Okay? Our planet is water, mainly. And it's important. So I believe that this is the Oasis unit, and whatever we decide with this, guys, okay, however we work together to make this come to life, okay, it's going to be our souls, our energy that's put into this. And when we actually create water for the very first time, we get to save it to the universal hard drive. Okay, we're uploading our knowledge. Doesn't matter if it's saved on the internet or not. Okay, just the fact that you're on recording right now, we're doing this, we're talking, my voice, somewhere it's saving to a hard drive. And when they do that, it opens up that atomic and quantum realm, and my intention is stored. That's why we're doing the videos. Okay? When it's stored at the quantum level, that means every human being has access to that now. Every creature in the universe has access to that now. And so we, as a family in humanity, we are uplifting the entire universe by sharing this knowledge just among ourselves. We are the fastest evolving species in all of creation. What we have accomplished in about 13,000 years would normally be accomplished in about 33 million years. So you should be proud of yourselves in being where we are today with this plasma and light technology that we're working with. Okay? And these are the gifts that are being given to us, the knowledge. We just have to apply it. Okay? And we have the burden of time right now so that the mistakes that we make are not catastrophic. Okay? That's kind of the point here, is we're taking baby steps. We gotta learn to walk before we can run. Okay? Well, before you can walk, you gotta crawl. And this is the crawling stage. Okay? This is the beginning. And then when you start to realize and see how I'm making all of my devices the same way, using the same concepts, you guys are just going to be released out into the world. Okay? Like angels with wings, flying around, making all sorts of crazy shit out there. Okay? All for the betterment of humanity and your neighbors. And that's what's going to change everything for us. So, completely total for this, for mine, the way I made it, I'm using 18 to 22 gauge copper wire. I have 8 gauge for my supports, okay, because the 20 gauge is pretty flimsy. All right, the only reason why I'm using the 8 gauge is to give it strength and durability, because I know I'm going to be moving it around all the time. If you don't have it, use a freaking stick, okay? Use a dowel. Use a branch from a tree. It doesn't matter. Just something, okay, that's going to make that copper wire stay in the place where it needs to be, okay? And that's why you saw in my video earlier. With the crossing, okay? The thicker wire that's in here is just there for stability purposes, okay? So it can stay on top of that, the bucket, all right? This is an individual piece. This one is an individual. This is an individual, and this one's individual, okay? And it's all tied together in the center by a number 6, 2, 4, what we got here? 2, 4, 6. Yes, with 6 in the center. Okay? What I call the infinity 6. Whenever you hear me refer to the infinity and a number afterwards, it's made exactly the same way as the Trinity wire, the quad core. Instead of just stopping at, 3 passes or 3 field interactions, okay, you just keep adding to it. You keep adding to it, okay? That particular infinity 6 goes all the way down almost to the bottom of the bucket, okay? It doesn't touch the bottom of the bucket, but it's about an inch, maybe an inch and a half off the bottom of the bucket, okay? I'm going to take a plastic straw that's not nano-coated, and I'm going to put it over the top of that center core, okay? The center core is negative polarity. The plastic is positive polarity, okay? The energy that's being blasted out by the 4 corners when they come together is it's going to be a negative polarity energy, okay? Because we put it all in the gravitational forms, okay? And what you're trying to do is you're just creating a magnet. You want all 4 of that energy to fire at once. It goes to the center. It's attracted to that negative polarity in the center because it absorbs all frequencies, okay? And because the interaction is matter, it's not going to absorb the frequency of the matter because the matter will be created in the center along that plastic straw, okay? Because the straw is the positive polarity. That's the attracting force in there that will allow that water to condensate on its surface and drip down. Because once it condensates so much, gravity takes over, okay? And so now you've converted energy into matter. And that's the ultimate goal of what we're doing here, is we're transmuting energy into matter. And hopefully we'll be able to teach you guys how to reverse all that, because this is true alchemy. And it comes from the divine, I guess. I feel like I'm the only person on the planet that knows this stuff right now. And I'm very compelled to share it with you guys. Because that's what love is. So we've got copper tape, 8-gauge wire, 22 gauge, 18 to 22 gauge. Copper tape, we need aluminum foil. Oh man. Aluminum foil and paper towels or tissue paper, a paper product. Parchment paper. Coffee filters work. I know there's probably more coffee filters in the world right now than there is aluminum foil. All right, coffee is one of the biggest drugs out there because of its caffeine and helps that workforce just keep on charging, guys. When you no longer need that workforce or to be part of that workforce, the coffee tastes so much better. I promise you. You learn to be a coffee connoisseur. Let's see, what else do we need here? For the plasma capacitors, the thickest wire possible, okay, that you've got. Don't go out and buy something extra. Just use what you've got around you, okay, because you have it there for a reason. If everybody did the same experiment, okay, then we can expect pretty much the same results, right? So there's only one experiment. And we want the different slight variations. I need your imagination. I need you to utilize the things that you have in your home that I know, okay? Because I've got things in my home that I know that some of you don't. And, that's the point of experimentation. So Let's see here, what else do I need? Oh, we're gonna make the list for nano coating. Activated charcoal, okay. Ashes. You can put the ashes from your ganja in there if you want to. You can put your cigarette ashes in there. You can burn a piece of paper, okay. Burn logs, it doesn't matter, okay. For me, the other day, I made my, we burned our last little fire log, and I had a bowl of copper oxide that was drying out. I was, evaporating. I had it sitting on the mantle next to my fireplace, and I had a pine cone there, so I felt compelled to roll the pine cone. I'd already put ashes from a different source in a different way before I did the activated carbon, the activated charcoal one, and all of the ashes fell off of it. Okay, so they didn't stick on here. That doesn't mean that it's not there. It just created a layer. All of the thick ash just fell off. And so I was sitting there, and all of a sudden in my mind, a whole bunch of pictures came to mind of what I needed to do. So I rolled this in the liquid, okay? And then I reached into the fire and I rolled it in the ash, okay, while it was still wet. And then the ash just about immediately dried because, or the liquid immediately dried because it wasn't very thick. And then I went into my home, my kitchen, and I sprayed it with the coconut oil spray, the cooking spray that you can get, okay? Now you can make your own coconut oil spray. Mix it with a little bit of olive oil, and it keeps it soft. If you're in a cold area, coconut oil will coagulate and it'll stiffen because it's got such a high melting temperature. It doesn't take much, or it's got a low melting temperature, so it doesn't take much heat to make it melt. Okay, but if it's slightly cool enough, then it starts to get really thick, and it can be kind of a pain in the butt to work with. Because as soon as it touches your skin, it starts to melt and it gets everywhere, but you still have these clumps. So I like to use this when it comes to trying to fill in any gaps, like in pine cones. Okay? And so what I did after that is I sprayed the coconut oil, and then I had excess on it, so I went and rolled it back in the ashes again. So I'm just creating layers. And the reason why we use coconut oil is because coconut oil is naturally conductive. All right? And any other oil that you use is not conductive. It's like putting a condom on. Okay? No feelings. All right? And when you use the coconut oil, it also molecularly bonds the GANs that you put on there, like copper oxide that I put in here. It molecularly bonds it with the ash and the wood of the pine cone. Okay? So that's why it's important that we use the coconut oil. I have not used it on my capacitors yet because once I'm done, I don't want to get all greasy and it's hard to twist. And when you start, even on 20 gauge or 18 gauge wire, if it's slippery and you poke yourself, you've got a really big blunt hole in your finger. And I've bled for you guys a lot, just so you know. All right? But that's how I did it with a pine cone. And you can see that it's given itself a nice coating. Nice and thick, well-defined, okay? Doesn't come off. There's a little bit that comes off, but it's not, if I was to drop this wouldn't just completely drop off of the ash like this one. Okay, you can see the difference between the way I made the other one and this one. Okay, this one isn't caked on here and it's not, you know, layered very well. This was just dipped and then I literally dropped it and all the ash came off of it. Okay, and it's really the ash that you want to create those layers because it's got all the energy in it. Okay, are there any questions? We're moving on to about 11:30 here. Let me finish my list here because you guys keep asking for it and I keep getting distracted. Activated charcoal, ashes. I used copper oxide GANs. Okay. And I can never spell this right. Diatomaceous. There you go. I don't even know if that's spelled right, but diatomaceous earth.
Is there a good place to find that? Do you buy it online or can you get it somewhere?
Yeah, I purchased it online because I live in a small town and I don't have the you know, the resources of a larger town, you know, but there are some health food places that you can go and purchase food grade diatomaceous earth. It doesn't matter. The wilder the better because that means that there's, you know, more nutrients in there. You know, a versatile amount of nutrients. I use the food grade personally because it's a much finer grind and it mixes with the activated charcoal much better. So that's why I use the food grade versus anything else. Let's see here. Anything else that I need? You got paper towels, parchment paper, coffee filter, aluminum foil, copper tape. This is what I used. Okay. Can you see it? Oh, come on. Take a screenshot. Okay. Like I was saying, it's you can use any copper wire you guys want. All right. Don't beat yourself up over it. If you got it, bring what you have and we'll make it work. All right. Nobody should be going into debt over this stuff. You're here for a reason. That means that you've got the stuff around you. You have the desire. You just gotta change your perception on what you can use and what you can't use. Okay. If you're sitting in a house right now and you've got a room that's vacant, you got a whole wall full of copper wire. Okay. Because you only need to make this once. All right. You're not tearing apart your house every single time. You're only making this for you. And we're teaching other people how to make this for them. Okay. The expectation that, oh, I've got to make this for everybody, that's not right. Okay. I don't want to make 7 billion water reactors. I can't do it. You know. But I can teach you guys how to do this. And when you ask questions and you learn, okay, and we record this, then you guys are, you're my teachers as well. You know, you're my instructors because when you ask the questions, you invoke a response from me. And that's what we need, okay? So like I've been saying on many times, I need you guys' questions. So throughout the week that you got questions, write them down, okay? Share them. And we'll go from there. But it is about lunchtime here. And if you guys do smoke marijuana, okay, I would ask that you join me with the peace pipe because I'm about to smoke. And I want you guys to relax for a little bit. Think about the things that we've just talked about, okay? I'll be back on in about 30 minutes, okay? About noon size. Time here, 12 o'clock Central Standard Time here. So you guys go get something to eat, relax, do what you need to do. I think when I come back, I'm going to build the base for the water reactor, okay? Now that I've got these batteries complete, it always takes 2 to tango, so that was why I needed to make a second one, all right? And we'll see, I'll continue making the capacitors, okay? And as I'm making these capacitors, you guys, we're gonna do the hands-on portion of it this afternoon if you guys want to continue to join. It will be recorded as I'm making it because a lot of things happen when I'm making stuff, and I say a lot of things, and a lot of people, when they ask me questions, that I wish that got recorded. So I'm going to utilize the gift that you guys gave me, and I'll just record this shit, and we'll make it live and make it happen. I am not going to end the meeting, okay? I'm going to continue to let this run so that if you guys have questions, okay, you guys can collaborate with each other. I need the collaboration. This is a meeting, okay? Now, it's a meeting, so I need you guys to collaborate with each other, ask each other the questions. I'll be here in the background doing what I need to be doing for a little bit. And if you guys got questions, ask each other. Try to get a different understanding of it. If you can't work it out amongst yourselves based on the knowledge, the collective knowledge, because each of you know me some way, shape, or form. Okay, I've probably had a meeting with each of you to help you with a clearer understanding, and each of you have asked me different questions. So each of you have a little bit of the big picture here, okay, that's clear in your mind. If you share that, it will help make it clear in somebody else's mind. So, all right, are there any questions right now? Before I turn my video off, please step forward. I have also, while I'm thinking about it, this is coconut oil with some ash that I put in it, and I've also put some GANs in here. When I made this particular one, I melted the coconut oil on the stove. I started to heat it up on a high heat, okay, because I wanted to heat it up very rapidly, okay. I had all the ash in there, it was all mixed together. I put GANs inside of this, the C GANs inside of here as well, and I mixed it in there with the heat. I watched my coconut oil very carefully, okay? As soon as the first few bubbles start coming off of that coconut oil, okay, when you're looking at it in the stove, in the pan, or whatever you're doing, okay, you'll start to see the bubbles start to rise from the bottom. It'll start releasing air, okay? When that happens, remove the heat, put it in the container, okay, as fast as you can, and go stick it in the freezer. All right? It's important that you do this very quickly, okay, because the sooner that you can get it in the freezer and the sooner that you can cool it down, that means that all that energy is going to still be trapped inside of that coconut oil, okay? You don't want to get it super hot. You don't want to turn it into fry oil, okay? That's not what we're looking here. We're just trying to raise the temperature fairly quickly, okay? We're changing the conditions of the coconut oil so it's more receptive. We're kind of opening the pores of the coconut oil so it'll accept the energy of the nanomaterials, okay, the ashes, and the GANs that are in there, okay? And then you're going to stick it in the freezer. then that's why we do it. Okay, and then once it's frozen solid, you can take it out and do it whatever you want with it, get it soft again. It's already stored. Okay, and because coconut oil is conductive, all that energy, no matter what now, okay, is transferred all throughout the coconut oil. And this is what I use to coat any of my nano coating after I'm done, and it gives it that protective coating on it. Okay, and when you put coconut oil or nano coating, you can stick it back in salt water and it won't damage the nano coating anymore. Okay, you notice how, if you leave your copper inside the salt water, it'll start taking the nano coating off of it. Okay, well, if you put coconut oil on it, the actual salt water doesn't touch the nano coating anymore. It creates a barrier between the water and the nano coating, but you can still transfer electricity between it. And that's kind of the point that we need here, is to transfer the electricity without damaging the nano coating. So that's why we use coconut oil. It's your best friend. It's the healthiest thing in the world. Okay? If you got teeth problems, take 2 teaspoons of this stuff and stick it in your mouth and swish it around before you go to bed. And then swallow it. Okay? Because it's good for your body, first off. But it also helps rebuild your enamel. It helps, do all that stuff. It'll get rid of your cavities. No, it's not an instant fix, but if you do it over 6 or 8 weeks or whatever, you'll start building your teeth back. You'll start regrowing your own teeth. We just got to change the conditions inside of our body. Okay? When you drink coffee like I do, you're adding acid to your teeth. Okay? So, my teeth are discolored and they're brown and they're sensitive. But I used to have a whole bunch of cavities because of the VA. They were putting mercury in my fillings, and they were causing problems in my teeth. My wife found out that if she swishes, with coconut oil, it's great. It works perfect. And it took about 4 to 6 weeks for her to clear a cavity up that she had in the back of her teeth. And it's just little simple things that we got to work with. But you got to change the conditions of your body. All right. When you make a maglev unit, there is a new energy field there that changes the conditions of your body. And when you're like me and you're disorganized and you're messy, you don't care. Okay. You can see my unit back here. Changed it. I'll explain this top reactor here in a little bit. Okay. But I'm still about 4 feet away from, or 3 feet away from the center here. Okay. Since I took the pyramid off the top of this, I've lost about a foot of energy field, okay, because it used to be about 4 feet. Right around here is where it would turn on, okay, and this point. Now and so I lost about a foot, okay. That's the energy that I'm doing here. In a different group, I'm going to be wiring all of this up together. Right now, everything is separate. And I don't know if you guys understand what microteslas are. I'm just learning it for myself. Okay? Evidently, it takes a million microtesla to equal 1 Tesla. Okay? The Earth gives off, I think, 34 to 36 microtesla as its energy field. Okay? And so we downloaded a meter. Okay? It was just called the Tesla meter. And it measures the X, Y, and the Z axis of these energy fields, and it gives me the measurement in microtesla. Okay? For our reference, Earth is about 30 34 to 36, maybe 38. Okay, it told me. Okay, I went and I downloaded the app, and right next to my unit, it comes up with 1873.8 microtesla. Okay. I've seen that number jump all the way up to 2,500. And it just jumps up, back and down, all over the place. But it's picking up an energy field, not an electromagnetic energy field. It's picking up the quantum energy field, and it's trying to convert it into an electrical one, because this program doesn't know about plasma fields, okay? It doesn't understand about anything other than electromagnetic fields, okay? So the equivalent of 1873 microtesla in electricity is what's being created with this plasma device, okay? So, just remember they're in microtesla, so it takes 1 million of these Teslas in order to create one. And when you're doing that, it's the induction field. That's the wireless transmitted energy that we're working towards. That's the energy field that's going to nanocoat your copper wires in your home, or whatever it is. It's going to make you better. That's the energy field. Just remember, though, it's not an electromagnetic field. It is a quantum field. Okay? So it's talking to your cells directly instead of bombarding it with electromagnetic energy is like pounding on the surface of the cell. Okay? Whereas the quantum energy is passing through it. Okay? That's the difference between the electromagnetic energy and the quantum energy that we're working with here. Okay? So, any questions? All right. I'm still here. I'm going to turn off my video. And you guys can continue to ask me questions, type them out if you want. You can get on here. Please brainstorm if you've got new ideas. Okay? You got lost with the quantum energy? They're two different languages. Okay? You've got electron energy, and then you've got quantum energy. Okay? I don't like to use the word quantum. It's more like a universal energy. All right? Because quantum is very, very specific for us as far as small. Okay? It's super, super tiny, and that's what the reference to quantum is. The universal energy is the same energy that the quantum physicists are dealing with. Okay? So, as above, so below, I don't want to be limited just to quantum energy or quantum physics or whatever. This is universal physics. And what happens at that quantum level, that small level, still happens at the galactic level and the universal level. Okay? And that's what they mean by as above, so below. Does that make sense? Make it a little bit easier? Okay. Anything else? I know you guys got questions. Come on, Dora, jump out here. You talk all the time sometimes, don't you? And Stephen, we've been working together hand in hand for a long time. Marco, you're the one asking questions. Sasha, I know you don't like talking, okay? But sometimes we got to jump out of that shell because I know you have a lot to offer. That's why we're here. So don't be afraid, please. Do I need something to illustrate right now? Would you like to make up the split ring lollipop? Okay. And then if you can make the copper wires red and the spaces between the copper wire blue, so that we can see the actual energetic blueprint, or the footprint as I call it, that would be perfect. And if you can take a list and make a list for, the materials that we need. I saw the work that you did with the rings, or with the sacred geometry. I've got those saved, and we'll utilize those. Once we get this done, guys, we're gonna make like a little music video that is gonna come together, and we're gonna make it nice. We want to make it fun and energetic, because that's what this is all about. We can be serious, but we need to have fun with it. This is our world. We're gonna change our world, and it's gonna be beautiful. I've seen it, and I can't wait till we get there. I hate time. I'm so impatient with time. So, knowing what we're capable of, and the things that I've experienced in my meditations, and where humanity is going, I wish I could just upload my mind directly to you guys and say, hey, gosh, this is so much simpler. Drop all that other crap that's out there. You don't have to worry about this stuff, And that's really what the infinity does, is it simplifies it down. It lets you know that it's automatically there. Okay, so since it's automatically there, you don't have to worry about it. Okay, you can tuck it away in your little worry work box, as I call it, and you no longer have to worry about it anymore. And that's what I want to show you guys. So, all right. I will be back online around noon, so it's about 15 minutes or so. Okay. If you guys want to collaborate, talk, go take a break, do whatever you need to do. All right, I'll be back. Thank you, guys. Peace. Love you. Hey guys, back. Ready to go. I want to elaborate on the shape that we're trying to recreate here. Okay. And we know it as the ohm symbol. All right. This is what we're recreating there, and I wanted to draw the concentric rings for the plasma battery. Okay, the lollipop plasma battery that we're creating is that we're recreating this shape. And the overall shape of this is still a C shape. And we're forcing the plasma to take this shape when we make the wires, when they're situated this way. Okay, it's like we're making a cookie cutter for this shape. Okay, we're designing the cookie cutter. All right, it's the easiest way I can try to get a visual. Okay, if you were to take your rings, okay, and let's say you just stuck it to the copper tape, okay, you just stuck the rings to the copper tape, and it's in the concentric form like this, okay, and you get something soft like Play-Doh or whatever, okay, and you fill in, you're like you push it or press it down into the Play-Doh, okay. And if you're to push it hard enough so that you can pinch all the Play-Doh off and leave it flat, all right, and just expose the top part of the copper wire, like you're cleaning it off, okay? And you see all the gaps in between there, between your rings are going to be filled with this Play-Doh, okay? Well, if you're to take that Play-Doh out of those rings, you would actually be able to see what your plasma looks like. Okay, you're making a mold of your plasma, and that's why this capacitor ring or this lollipop battery is so powerful. Okay, so you'll be able to see what your plasma looks like. Okay, and be able to visualize that if you were to make this bigger, it would be stronger. Okay, if you would add to this, you'll also, if you know anything about the brain and you understand how the brain is folded together, okay, it's all about interactions of the different folds in the brain, okay? It's, we have a right and a left side of the brain, but in the brain itself, you'll see it's got, different things folded over and, crossing next to each other. It's creating a field interaction. Okay, your eyes created a field interaction that interact with your pineal gland. Okay, so that's 2 points. Remember, it takes 2 to tango. Okay, but it's whenever it's giving, each one is giving. Okay, so they give at the same time, and they also receive it at the same time. Okay. When they go from point A to point B, and that's what creates the infinity. That's the communication part, okay? When we say that we want them to link together, okay, or we want it to interact with the next field, you got to move it next to it, okay, where it's strongest, so that you can make that connection. So they can talk to each other. And once they're done talking to each other and you create that energy, that plasma, then you can move them anywhere. Okay? Because now they're communicating at the quantum level. It's like I don't know, some features on the cell phones where you can sit it next to a program. Okay? Sit it next to a program and it'll download it, or it'll you'll swap pictures with somebody else's phone, just by holding the phone next to each other. All right. They're syncing up, they're connecting, they're exchanging information, and then they're going to be separated. Okay. So I guess the culmination between the exchange on phones is the same as having a plasma baby, because you're transferring information right then, and you're creating something new in the other device. Okay. So if we're going to look at it on an electronic scale and trying to bring life to electronics and understanding it, then it's a logic gate, and you're deciding what logic gates you want to put in here, the way you organize your rings. Okay. And I chose at the top and the bottom, okay, opposites of each other, because that's the way our universe operates. Okay. Different positioning of different rings, I don't know, maybe that'll bring a different universe, or different universal energies. Play with it. Okay. Alternate them so that you understand what's going on. And then come back on, share your experiences, because it's just fun like that. Now, let's see here. The ohm shape, like I was saying, is very important because of this C shape here. All right. No matter what, even if, like you can see down here, all right, where the plasma will blend with itself, okay, that creates a complete circle. All right. That completes a complete infinity for that plasma. Even though it's still connected and it's moving on to the next one, this open circle in the center here is completed. Okay? And then it moves to the next one, the next outer ring, right? And when it does so, it will fill it up. Okay? And it too will create that ohm symbol. But you see that it's opposite, right? So what this would look like if we were to put this in linear formation, if we were to make this into a straight line, let's see, it would be right? We have 4 concentric rings. They're all connected. This is the way the plasmas would look. Okay? Your entire plasma. And since I'm using this shade here, this light, the thicker wire that you see that I'm drawing with my finger is representative of the thick wire that's inside those the grooves. Okay, and remember I said each time the plasma moves to a new direction, okay, it's switching polarity, right? Well, it's switching polarity, but it's also completing each circle. So now you've got 1 plasma circle, infinity, 2 plasma, okay, and 4 plasma infinities that you created inside of this ring, okay? And if you were to line it up, this is the way it would look, okay? Now, if these were off to the side a little bit, positioned, let's say like in the Orion's belt, okay? And, let's say that they had 4 points, because they do. This is what pyramids look like. okay? The center being the peak. And 4 sides, right? So you're doing the same exact thing here. One side is your negative, okay? And one side is your positive. Because everything has a polarity until it becomes 1. When it becomes 1, it becomes a monopole magnet. And that's where we're moving as far as our lives are concerned, okay, and our souls, is that we're becoming a monopole of a magnet. 1. We're all part of that same 1. Okay, we're all the same polarity. We all think the same way. That's why they call it the law of 1. Okay, it's just be kind. That's the rules. Be kind. Be a good person. Be a good being. Be happy. Take only what you need. If you don't need it, you don't need to take it. So, if somebody else needs it, then let them have it. Help them get it. Sorry, guys, I didn't realize the chat was up. Nice, Sasha. So now what we're doing with these 4 concentric rings here is, if you were to draw, or to lay it out or replicate what you see here, okay, with copper wires, this blue part, all right, at the top, if you were to replicate that in wires, you can't, okay? You can cut a straight piece of wire and put it on either side and make 4 circles that are, connected, and they're connected together at the ends, okay? But it'll be 4 individual circles, and then you can connect them all together. All you're doing is putting them in parallel when you stack them this way, okay? Because not only do you have a positive and a negative on either end, you also have a positive and a negative over the top and the bottom. Okay, so this top wire that's right here, okay, we're going to say that top wire right there is the positive side. All right, that means the bottom one down here has to be negative automatically. Okay, this one has to be positive automatically. The bottom one, the opposite side, is negative, no matter what it is. Okay, and if you get an odd number, okay, you're going to not have balance, and it will create energy. Okay, it'll give. I'm trying to figure out what's going on in my brain, but it will give you energy. Okay? Where are? Oh, I can't on the screen share. But so now you've got, like I said, the top and the bottom, you have a positive and a negative. All right. If you were to make this out of wires, okay, then that means that the bottom wire is your negative wire. Curl one end around, okay, back on itself. This would be your source end. Okay, over here is your source end on your left. Okay, for both sides. Okay, you would just put it down here as the energy passes through the top and it's returned through the bottom. Okay, you're just firing these points on your sphere. Okay? That's what you're firing. So when you fire those all at the same time, because it moves so dang fast, all right? You're basically pulsing these on and off, and they look like lights when you do, but it's happening so fast that we can't perceive it or see it because of its wavelength, all right? So it's passing at the same time. The energy is all crashing towards the center here, okay, for each one of these circles. Every time you add external energy, it crashes towards the center. And when it does, it forces it to collapse itself down and expand outwards. And that is your goal, okay? So you're going to see all this energy being formed in the center here. Well, you can capture it. You can put wire across there. You only need one wire to do it, you know, to capture that energy, that central core energy, okay? You only need one wire, and it's pretty cool because not only do we have this pretty symbol, okay, the ohm symbol, we also have this symbol, okay, the phi symbol. Just recreate the phi symbol with your wires, okay? Make the Trinity 8 and put a phi right across the, you know, right across the center, directly down the center. Because if you bring the wires together, okay, where they come together, that's the center, okay? And then you just bring your other wire back up and divide it. I'll show you guys. Okay, let's take some picture here. Okay, I'm gonna close this one out. Bring this back up. All right. I don't know why. Am I that big on your guys' screen? Marco, am I the big guy on the screen here? I know you can see me, but am I the big part of the screen on the recording? Is what I need to see. Okay, yeah. On my side, I'm just a tiny little box, okay? And somebody else is in the center of it. So, boy, traffic is noisy today. Now, crap. I got distracted. What was I just saying, Marco? Somebody should help me out here. What was I gonna make you? I got distracted, so everything just went blank in my head. I feel like I just got attacked. What am I gonna make here? Talk to me. Ah, phi. Yep, I took a deep breath and it came back to me. Okay. You'll hear me say it a lot, but circles are great, guys. Okay? Anytime you can make anything in a circle, it's fantastic. Okay? Because you're harnessing the power of the universe. All right? I'm going to make this simple on myself, and I'm going to start wrapping this wire around. Okay? You start to learn that you're weaving. Okay? You really just start weaving. And just repeat it over and over and over again, okay? You'll start to see that your copper wire will get all twisted and bent out of shape, and you're trying to understand why, okay? That's because you are messing with its atomic structure, okay? And like I said, try to keep it the same all the way around, you know? You don't have to twist it super much. 10,000 times, even though that's what I like to do because it's pretty, it's fractal, it's simple, you know, and it's fun to do when you're stoned because you're just relaxed. It's a mind relaxation technique for me. Okay. And you know, somebody asked me, well, how often do I smoke? And I said, well, I smoke every day because I meditate every day. And I use it for my meditation because it opens up my creativity. I can feel a very distinct center in my brain that is being blocked previously. Okay? And I can feel it open up. And that's why we get the high feeling or the high sensation. You know, people, that's that creativity center opening up. That's the emotion of the creativity center. So all I'm doing is just the same exact thing on the other side. I'm going the opposite way. Okay, I'm leaving a little tail on it. Okay, I haven't decided yet if I'm going to completely close it down, roll it down there. Okay, all the way down and just have the wires, just the ring by itself. Okay, I'll show you what I mean. But now we're just weaving with wire, okay, because we're creating the fields. We're drawing the fields that we want to see exist, okay? And we're about to take a snapshot or create a snapshot of where this electron is going to go, right? What I call an electron. And we're going to make a picture out of it. And we're drawing that picture using copper wire as a 3D printer, okay? You are the 3D printer. Your imagination is the computer system, okay? It's the program that's running that 3D printer, okay? Yeah, I'm just gonna keep twisting these together, I've decided. All right. Like I said, follow the natural path of the wire. You don't have to corner bend anything. If you got to make a 90-degree bend, it's because you want a very specific shape. But when you're making circles and infinity, then you're just going to continue the natural flow of the wire. Okay. So now I just created a double helix infinity ring, or they're called for something. Okay. Are you kidding me? I'm not muted. Okay, that's got it. This right here is, I think, like Cy Sperling. His I can't remember the name of it, but there's little health rings that he makes. All right. These are the ones that you can make them. Just made in infinity using one wire wrapped around itself. Okay. You determine the direction or what the energy field is when you make it this way. If you weld the ends together, you don't get that. Okay. It automatically moves to the right when you're in when you weld it together. When you make them this way, you can decide whether you want the energy to spin to the right or if you want the energy to spin to the left. All right, and you get a choice in that matter. If you weld it, it's automatic. Okay, automatic to the right when you nanocoat it. Okay, but I'm going to recreate the phi symbol here. Okay. And I'm going to use I'm just going to use 3. Okay. So I'm going to use the Trinity setup. Okay. But I'm going to have to require my drill because I made this one a little bit longer. Okay. I just want a little end on one side. Okay. This end is my source end. Okay. I'll follow my own rules. I'll bend over the end. Yeah, bend some things over. Sorry, not trying to be too crass, guys. All right. Trying to even this out so that we can, there we go. Okay. So all I've done, this bigger wire is the same way you make the Trinity. Okay. It's just it looks like the Internet Explorer E. Okay. That's all I'm doing here. Nothing special. It is special, but it's not that difficult, is what I should say. Okay, flatten this side down. I bend this wire. Okay. I can move in the same direction. Oops. I'm sure that was really loud. I apologize for that, guys. My camera is not wide enough to pick up all this. So all I'm doing here is just holding the left side. Okay, my drill is moving to the right. Okay. Once again, twist it as many times as you freaking want. Okay. Now, I know I've got 3 there. Okay. I've made 3 field interactions. Since I want 9 in the center of this ring, okay, I want to repeat what I just did. Okay. Now I've got 3 wires, and I'm going to go back around, okay, to create the same thing. Okay, try to get the distance. Try to get the distance right for the ring that you've created. Okay, that's all we're trying to do here. Pinch it down evenly if you can. All right. So now I've got 3 field interactions, 3 field interactions, 3 field interactions, 3, 6, 9. Okay, so now I've got a total of 9 field interactions that I'm going to pinch together and again twist from the same side that I twisted before. All right, you're just repeating things over again. So I went from the Trinity wire to the Infinity 9 without using a whole bunch of wire. Okay, this is how you're going to multiply all of your field interactions. Okay, simplification, that's my job. Okay, and if I can teach you how to do this, that means there's no easier way to do it on the planet. And naturally, people will follow this design because it's the easiest way to make it in the world. All right. Again, you're just doing the same thing. Now I'm taking those 9 field interactions and I'm going to twist them. I twist it until it makes me feel good. All right. Or I like it. And now I've got a nice, clean Infinity 9 wire. All right. It has 2 ends on it. Okay. Then you take those 2 ends and you see the source end here, and you will see that where your wires overlap more here on the rings. Okay. It has more energy build up here. You'll see them where they intercross each other again and again and they come together. That's the negative side or the red side or your source side. Okay. So that's where I would tie this end in the center, wherever, close to that. All right. Since energy starts and moves to the right, starts in the center and it moves to the right, it moves clockwise. So your energy is naturally going to move to the right here. All right. Take your loop out. Now you leave your loop in there, I guess. And it becomes self-feeding. All right. And now you're going to connect this end. It's down here. All right. And this becomes your positive end. All right. You're just creating a light bulb now. And it's going the opposite, but if you just turn it over and you work it on the top, you're still repeating what you just did. Okay? I'm not doing anything different when I was doing on this end, right? I'm still using my right hand. You see? The motions of my hands are always the same because my point of reference is right here. Okay? If I know I've got to go all the way around something, then I will kind of move it like a steering wheel as I'm moving along, because this is the flow of energy. And because I don't want to sit on that wire and be like a monorail train, all right, I have to be able to focus that my attention is looking right here all the time, and it looks the same. Because when it changes, the conditions change. Where's this wire going? Okay? What's it doing? It's interacting with something, and it's always going to interact. So what am I going to do about that? Okay? That kind of stuff. But you're going to continue along and follow the natural curvature of your wire when you bring it off. Okay? When you start. You have to treat each one as an individual. Okay? I don't know what this is going to do, but I'm pretty sure that it's pretty freaking powerful. Because phi is how everything grows. Okay? And it's wrapped by a double helix, which would mean it's given and taken. It's perfect. Okay? We're witnessing creation. This is the power of marijuana. Okay? The relaxation when I get into my meditation form. All right? So we're going to test this out and see what we can use this for. Maybe we need to do this with the water so that we can structure it right. Okay? I think I just answered my own question, guys. Phew, this is intense. My head is on fire. So now we nano coat this. We're going to nano coat this. What if we were to, after it was nano coated, we could treat it like the capacitor. Put our paper towel with ends on it, okay? Use the aluminum foil on there. Go with the flow. What do you think, guys? Talk to me. I know that you are, some of you have got some plasma experience. Talk to me. What are we going to do here? Should we try it that way? Because I believe I can fly. At any rate, I will think more about this as well. And we will incorporate it. Just so you guys know, I've got a date with my wife in about 20 minutes. This class will end, and we will resume. I'll be online in the morning again, but the official class will be Monday at 8 because I will be assembling, but I'm going to make sure that I record as I'm assembling this stuff, and then we'll do an update. Every Monday is an update on everybody's progress and where they're at. So, it's no rush. Just kind of show us what stage you're at, wherever, as long as you're building this reactor, it'll work, because it's our group intent that's really going to matter. And, because it's being recorded, and as people add and make these reactors, they all come online. It's kind of like, cell phone towers, going blip, 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 all over the world, and they'll connect. And, they will only connect with the infinity, and infinity will fix anything else that might, try to overpower it, because infinity is stronger, okay? And it's the neutral plasma. It's, it's a stronger energy, more concentrated. It's the most efficient energy that you can get here on our planet in matter form. If that doesn't excite you, choke yourself, please, because this is that magic code. I'm actually quite proud of this. It's very beautiful and simple. So I know that if I was to make another one and connect it in here, it would be about 120 degrees. Okay. You would connect it, and you would do another one, connect it, okay, and then another one, and you would see that they wouldn't match up, okay? And then you can go out and stand underneath the trees and look up, and you will see that same pattern in the branches, okay? The branches spacing is done the same way as you're looking up, and that's part of the golden means. It's it's all of that. So lately phi has been popping up in my face, and finally I've created a phi symbol. So I have a feeling that we're going to see some miracles happen now, based off of our love. And I think that's the power source, and it's got the power of 9 in the middle, okay? 9, 10, and 11, because it's got a double helix. And then it has an overall energy field that makes it 12, okay? And 1 plus 2 is 3. Then you got 9 in the center, okay? So now you got the 3s and the 9s. You got the lower spectrum and the higher spectrum. And that means that 6 is trapped in the center. All right? You have 3 lower ones that have enough energy to contain this. You have 9 on the outside, okay? And then you have the 6 that are in the center. They're all crammed together. Or another way to think of it is like you're just trying to cram 12 balloons inside of itself, okay? Inside of one bigger balloon, okay? You have 12 of them still inside, but that bigger one is holding all of them in there, right? You've ever seen those ones where they can stuff a teddy bear inside the balloon and, you know, put flowers and whatever? Well, if you had 12 balloons that were blown up inside, okay, and pushing out against the next one, all right, that's what we're doing here, okay? You're putting bubbles within bubbles. And when you have 9, that means you've got 9 bubbles within, or 8 bubbles within that 9th outer bubble, all right? So I love you. I love all this stuff. I love creating. I want to find out what this is. I feel a wonderful energy in my chest when I'm talking about this thing. So we call it Phi Baby. Ah. So it looked beautiful. You guys got to witness it live. We made today kind of a recap. We made the lollipop battery. Okay. Showed how to make it. We showed the voltages that came with it. We made the phi ratio 9 centered core, and then it's got the 2 on the outer field, and the third one, yeah. Okay. I'm seeing all these energy fields right now. I'm so excited. So we needed those. I needed to make a second battery because I'm always telling you it takes 2 to tango. So got to follow my own rules. Okay, they're not just my rules, but they're the laws of infinity. Man, there's so many synchronicities. So many synchronicities. Let's see what else. Okay, we also made a capacitor. Okay. The split ring hybrid capacitor, and I think that's what that phi thing is going to actually replace and make even more efficient. I can feel you guys' emotions, and it's fantastic, and I appreciate that, the excitedness that you got. It's that emotion, that understanding, that little bit of clarity that's shining through for you guys is feeding me so that I can make things more efficient. I think this is now obsolete. That's what this is telling me, okay? In replacing it with this. More compact, okay? Much easier to manipulate and make, okay? And the energy is contained. So we'll see. We're evolving, you know, every day with knowledge and new understanding. And if I can do this very same thing and put it all in this, then maybe this is the answer that we need, you know. But I need people like you to try it. So don't be afraid. This isn't, you know, Mike's design and no. You learned it from me, okay? That's all I need to know. That's all anybody needs to know. Okay? This isn't mine. This is the universe. I don't own anything. You know, I don't even own this laptop. It's rented. So, you know, let's I'm gonna celebrate. And I want you guys to celebrate with me. Okay? I will not do it on camera, but I'll be here in the background. I only got a few minutes here, but we're gonna celebrate this. The expansion of our minds. You know, I can really feel you guys' love, and I appreciate this so much, and that's what helps. Feed my creativity. Help me help the world. Help me help you guys. Yep, it looks like the capacitor is already integrated. And yes, the concentric ring should be nano-coated. Yes. You can either You know, you can do it with the activated charcoal if you want to, or you can do it with caustic. Okay, do it with heat. Try the different ways. You know, the different methods. This is only one way that I've done the nano coating. So there are many different methods. You can use many different types of materials and plants in your caustic if you want to continue to use caustic. You can use many different ashes. Okay, certain ashes give off different voltages, contain different things. So keep that in mind when you're burning stuff and making the ash out of it. You know, I would suggest that you use burnt bananas myself. That was just what came to mind because, you know, bananas by themselves are naturally radioactive, and you might be able to harness the isotopes from the banana after you burn it to I'm going to do this, so I'm suggesting it to you guys. Burn the bananas, and the potassium in there, it gives off the isotopes. That's where you get the radiation readings. Okay, when you get it into nano form, it's still giving off that kind of energy signature, and you can harness that. And so I would suggest adding that, but that's where you get, I'm not sure if it's potassium by itself or the complete mixture of, you know, what it takes, all of the elements, what it takes to make a banana. Okay, so I can't tell you just to use KOH or a potassium supplement. You have to use a banana. The peel and the fruit is what's coming to mind right now together. Burn the whole thing down to a crisp and use those ashes in your water. Okay, or mix it in with your coconut oil is what it's telling me, what I'm telling me. You can mix that in your coconut oil, and you can also mix it with your like I'm got my activated charcoal and things like that. You can mix it in there with your GANs. So yeah, burned bananas came to mind, and I believe Tom Salas just sent me that picture because that's what popped into my face. He said I need to be using bananas right now. So we're connected. There's another soul brother. You know, we're sending each other, and you're going to start noticing images, or suddenly I'll answer a question that you just come up with. That's because I'm reaching out to you guys on an emotional level, and we're talking telepathically. We're talking with our emotions, and we get connected. And whenever you get an idea that pops into your head all of a sudden, okay, it's your idea. Okay, I might be able to send you a picture, but the interpretation of your energy, it's not going to send the exact same picture. Your brain is going to unscramble that picture, all right, and you're going to read the intent. And you're going to be able to read through the lines of it. And so when you see a picture, you're not really going to see a picture, all right? You might say, let's say a flash of a picture will come through your mind, all right? And you'll see it, but you can remember it all. All right, you're not seeing it all the time. It'll interrupt your vision for a split second, okay? And then you're aware of it, and it disappears, and you can see through, you can see through your eyes again, okay? That's the way I'm trying to explain how it happens for me. And so when you get that flash of a picture that comes up, it's there. And then all of a sudden you get all the data that's attached to it. Okay, the smells, the senses, what it looked like, the sensation on the skin. That's the data package that comes with your download. Okay, you get a picture and a data package. And you pay attention to that image because it happens so quickly that we overlook it because we're too busy right now in our worlds that we don't pay attention to it. You're constantly living in fear. Okay. And the fear out there is, how am I going to feed my next, how am I going to feed my animals, or how am I going to feed my dog or myself? That kind of thing. I can't pay the medical bills. I've got cancer. Whatever the reasoning might be. We have been distracted from paying attention to that very first picture that comes into our minds. Okay? And when you learn to trust that very first picture, like I just did with building the whole phi ratio device here, okay? I had no plans on making that today. I didn't just sit back and think, oh yeah, I'm going to try this. I go with the flow, okay? Whatever happens, happens. That's why I like to record my stuff. Because even I surprised myself and realized that, yeah, it really is that simple. God, I got to share this, and I'd much rather share it just once. And that's why I started doing the online teaching while I'm creating. And, because it's really hard for me to create something and then I set it aside until I figure it out, later, what happened or where it came from or why am I doing it this way. Okay, I'll make something, I may not understand it, but it's like, okay, I'll put it aside. Later I will understand. As soon as I give myself that break of, I don't need to do it right this second. It's okay. I can set it off to the side. I can get up and go do whatever I'm done, I want to do, and I can be done. I don't have to worry about that. But then I'll find it again later, and new knowledge has come to me and a new understanding of way things happen. And all of a sudden that thing becomes a very integral part of what I'm building behind me in my reactors. You see what I mean? So I've just been building all the little parts and pieces to this big reactor. And this big reactor that I'm building is actually truly my soul. You're building your soul, okay? And, every little experiment, every wire that you twist, every time you nanocoat something, it has an integral part of your understanding of your own personal soul, okay? Like my android coil that I make, that I've named after my wife. It symbolizes, all it is one long coil that's bent in half and smashed together, and then I put a kingpin trinity wire through the very center and I connected the ends. Okay? So it looks like a light bulb, okay, or a fuse with the wire in the center of two coils. Okay? But to me, it symbolized, okay, that it was one long coil that I've bent in half, right? So that symbolizes that we both come from one. Well, we bent it in half because she's an opposite polarity than I am. Okay? And then when we come together, that's the union of the two. And then the wire in the center is the Trinity, and that's when I invented the Trinity wire. And that's the holy union. That's when the plasma baby is created. And so that's how I related it to my relationship. How can I stabilize the energies between the same polarity people, because she's my polarity, all right? How can we hold them together and keep them, steady without, killing each other? My wife and I have been apart a total of maybe 4 weeks total in the last 6 years. Okay? She's my best friend. She's my soulmate. She's my twin flame. Sure, we have some fights, and when really smart people fight each other, it's usually, pretty deep, pretty fast, and pretty brutal. But it's over pretty quickly, too. Because you're like, oh, man, that sounded so stupid. I don't even want to say that again. I'm sorry. I love you. And we both will be done with it. And we understand that right now because that's the kind of energies that we're going through. You know what I mean? We're being forced to deal with our stuff. And you're no different. You're no exception to the rules. Okay? Nobody is on this planet. Everybody's going through this because we, as the ones that are the ascended masters, okay, it's the only time you'll ever hear me refer to myself as the master. I don't like that. I will never do it. But in the perspective of the world right now, okay, on what an ascended master is a person who has come back into their own personal knowledge. And, you know, infinity is very strong for that. So I can go on forever, but I do have a date. And I want to keep my lady happy. And I want to keep myself happy. So I'm going to go ahead and close out this session. And officially next Monday, we will meet up with how everybody's doing. So you'll have all week to watch the videos, get caught up, make some of these coils, get your tape in if you can purchase it. Do the different experiments, and then next Monday we'll talk about all your experiments. But I will be online as well doing my experiments, and if you care to join me, you know, I will be online, you know, using this same meeting number. I will attempt to use the same meeting number. Zoom seems to have it out for me. And ask the questions while we're creating, okay? And you know, as you're creating, show a little bit of your workshop. And this is a focus group, and we need to focus on water. So, you know, in order, you know, like Bruce Lee said, be like water. And when he was saying it, he was very much so describing light or plasma. Be like plasma, because that's the way plasma moves, as it moves like water without weight, the billowy cloud, blah, blah, bubbles. Okay, you got to think of the images in your mind. Okay, it's not really a picture like a computer screen in your mind. You're actually creating or recreating, reorganizing those images in your mind, and that's light energy. Okay, you're not really seeing a picture in your mind. Okay, not a physical picture, right? It's not like they're putting a slideshow in your brain, you know, and you're putting the actual slides in there. You're not doing that. Okay, so the images that are being created are electrical impulses, and that's what we're recreating here. Is those electrical impulses. When you make those when you make those concentric rings, all right, you're building a brain. All right, fill that brain up with the plasma energy, and you might have yourself a plasma TV that you can walk into. So think about it. Okay, spark your imagination. Build the water reactors as you see it. Watch the videos. If you've got any personal questions, like I said, I'll be online in the morning, okay, to help you put it together. I do get distracted, so, you know, hopefully you don't get, you don't miss it. You know, it's not that hard. And every element is built the same way as the water molecule was built, okay, and the hydrogen. So, you know, go from there. All right, guys. I love you. And take care of yourselves, okay? There could be some rough energy coming here soon. I felt the magnetosphere fall. I was online connecting with another individual on the East Coast at the time that magnetic field dropped, and we both felt it. We both heard the energy that was able to come in because it was messing with all of our electronics and speakers and things like that. It's going to heat the water up and heat the atmosphere a little bit. It could cause our weather to get kind of rough. Okay, so superstorms, prepare for it. All right, there's going to be contaminated water because there's going to be things oh man, things are going to get broken that are going to contaminate the water at first. Okay, and because of some of these storms, and you're going to need a way to have fresh water, and that's why this water device is being offered and made. So we're going to make some history, I guess. That's the way this is telling me. My crown is on fire, and I'm being told to give you this message. So you need to prepare, all right, for the superstorms. Not you're still going to have earthquakes, okay, but we're not going to have the global earthquake destruction. That's not going to happen, okay? Even though a 10.0 on a Richter scale might seem like, you know, atrocious to us, okay? When you've got a 125 on the Richter scale, if it ever went that high, you know, the entire surface of the planet was shaking. That's the biblical proportions that they were talking about. That timeline no longer exists. Because of the raising of our own personal vibrations and the evolution and how quickly we have moved, Mother Earth has agreed to stay with us for the ascension process. And that is why we are all ascending together, because we don't want to leave anyone behind, not even you. We love you. All right. I got to get off here. Love you guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow morning. You know, I'll try to be on at 8. My sleep schedule has been screwed up if I'm sleeping at all. So, you know, like I said, just be patient with me. I'll post my link out on my wall. Okay? All right. Peace. Love you. I'll be on every day.